I didn't
I've
think
made
it was.
its torso lighter so I can use the free space in it as a trunk. I also added a pair of legs to improve its stability. After completing the upgrades to the
All right,
previous
let's
version,
get this going.
which was unsuccessful, Dawoon
I'm gonna have to kill some shit.
see if this one would also fall apart
A lot of
like the
shit,
previous
honestly.
version did last time. When it had stood there for a while and no changes were visible, he could safely say, Golem made by Devong version 2.0 hexaped. After everything was ready, Dawoon hastily built a ladder of mud blocks to reach the golem's head and said happily, a ladder of mud cubes, and now, taking out the core from his inventory.
I think this is the best part of it. Taking y'all right along with me.
The head of his creation and quickly shoved it inside to activate it. Having done this simple act,
As I'm loading
the boy
everything
jumped
up.
down the stairs and began to walk away from the golem. For what if it came to life and started to rage, destroying everything around it? Moving away from the golem and hiding behind the blocks of dirt that made up the stairs, the boy began to watch what would happen next. When a few seconds passed and nothing happened, Dawoon scratched the back of his head in frustration and said thoughtfully, "What? Is it a failure again?" As soon as he thought this, some strange actions began to occur. The golem's eyes began to emit light, which illuminated the entire cave it had dug. Then the golem came to life, suddenly jumping up and down. Seeing that his creation was alive, Dawoon exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, yes, I really did it." After that, he saw a notification saying, "Achievement obtained. Golem Builder. Reward, a golem that will follow your commands without question." Seeing that the golem would now obey him, Dawoon said happily, "This is incredible.
Let's go. I guess I gotta update that real quick.
How about I give it a command?" Pointing his finger at the elephant golem, which now had to obey him without question, Dawoon gave the first command, which was, "Sit." Upon hearing this, the golem immediately obeyed its master's order and sat down on the ground, although it was not very obvious, because its height had changed only slightly. After Dawoon saw that it was actually following his orders, he exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, incredible." After that, the boy immediately climbed on the elephant. Sitting on his new pet's head, Dawoon exclaimed in a happy voice like a little child, "Wow, this is so cool. This feeling is beyond words." After Dawoon was comfortably seated on his pet, he spoke to him, "Now stand up." When he began to stand up, Dawoon could barely hold on to him, for he had never ridden a golem before. As if he were a child who had finally received his cherished toy after a long period of waiting, Dawoon exclaimed, "A golem that does whatever I tell it to do. This is so damn useful." Sitting on Dawoon's shoulder, his little pet, who had spent quite a bit of time with him, noticed that his master was acting strangely. But the next moment, everything returned to normal as Dawoon spoke to his golem, giving it the following order. "Very well. Now we need to go to a certain..."
Go ahead and launch this shit.
Hearing this command, which was incorrectly named, the elephant golem spoke in surprise, not understanding what exactly was required of it. Puva, prepared for incredible adventures, already dreaming of what his future would be like, Dawoon said confidently, "Let us make you a brother." Meanwhile, in the first stage, the rabbit led another team to the hall with the boss.
Okay.
Standing in front of the gate, he announced, "The boss is right in front of you. You have all done a good job. Now let's see if you can survive the battle with him." When the gate to the boss opened, a blinding light shone down on them from the middle of the arena. Deciding not to delay, the girl spoke confidently, "If we defeat him..." To which the man added, "Let's get started." Once inside, a couple of warriors who were preparing to fight the boss saw what had happened and stood there in confusion, not knowing what to do next. Looking at the pile of stones lying on the ground, the warriors who had come to fight the boss said in confusion, "But here, there is nothing here?" When the rabbit saw this shocking scene waiting for him in the boss room, he exclaimed in confusion, "Where is the final boss? I can't understand."
Stop playing so I can go that way with it.
As he began to think about what could have happened to the boss while he was away, the rabbit came to the only logical conclusion that could have happened. Dawoon. Realizing that it was Dawoon's handiwork, the rabbit shouted in anger, "Oh, where is that bastard?" Realizing that they had nothing to do here, the soldiers asked the guide, "Rabbit, can we go home now?" At the same time, somewhere in the underground tunnel, Dawoon, riding his elephant golem, exclaimed joyfully, "Yahoo! Run! Run faster, run even faster. Yay, I did it! Riding along the high-speed highway, Dawoon said, Kahaha, this tunnel. I made it with the 10th level of mud formation. A direct underground passage that connects the ruins and the mountain of death.
Okay.
Recalling what it was like, Dawoon,
That kind of look hot.
regretted
We're
digging
gonna
this
save an
tunnel,
exit.
said thoughtfully, it took me a whole week to build it, but it was definitely worth it. After taking everything they needed from the ruins, Dawoon happily said to his golem, well then, the job is done. Now it's time to go home. Let's go back.
I think my cabin lighting
Taking
is.
the direct route home,
I think it's
Dawoon
good.
was able to
I'm not
reach
even.
Death
I'm not even
Mountain
gonna mess with that.
relatively
I'm gonna
quickly,
just
from which he returned to the ruins
fly
to
that
retrieve
thing.
the golem
Just leave it.
Standing in his hideout that he had built, Dawoon looked at the mini-map and said, okay, let's see. 2 hours one way. Isn't that too bad?
Hey.
Opening the inventory where the boss core was supposed to appear, Dawoon said happily, well, Poke, let's see what we've got. After finding the golem core they had gotten after the victory, Dawoon said to his pet with joy, okay, now we just need to decide who we want to create this time. Taking a pensive stance, Dawoon said thoughtfully, since I already have a golem that I can ride, I need to make someone who can fight like the final boss. After stating the main task that this golem should perform,
Still there? Cool. Bet.
Dawoon added the main requirements for it. It should also walk on 2 legs. It must have 2 arms to carry heavy things. Thinking about who it could be that would fit all the criteria mentioned earlier, Dawoon said with a sly smile, well, okay, I have decided who I will create. As soon as Dawoon thought of who it should be,
All right, let's go
he
get her
immediately
started.
building it. A lot of time passed, and the night gave way to morning, which came without anyone even realizing how quickly. After finishing his work, Dawoon proudly said in a tired voice, phew, I should have created it instead of an elephant. If it's rolled into a ball, it won't break. Standing in front of the complete
That'd be better. I'm gonna put it over there.
Dawoon pulled out a golem core from his inventory and held it out to the golem
Here we
and
go.
said happily, now, open your eyes. After shoving the golem core into the gorilla's chest,
Launch,
Dawoon
Elite
added the
Dangerous.
spark he created, which met all of his criteria.
Launch,
Gorilla
Elite.
Golem.
Oh,
After that, everything happened exactly the same way as with the elephant. The golem's eyes lit up with a bright glow that illuminated a large area.
launch, Elite
After the gorilla
Dangerous.
came to life, having received the golem's core, it began to roar.
Open,
loudly.
Elite Dangerous.
Seeing that he had managed to revive another pet again, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "Woohoo! It worked!"
Whatever.
Deciding to see if this golem was just as obedient, Dawoon gave it an order. Down! When he saw it fall to the ground, Dawoon said, ah no, get up. When the gorilla rose to his full height, his head hit the ceiling, which began to crumble from the sudden impact. When Dawoon saw this, he cried out in alarm, wah, the ceiling, you have to sneak away. When the gorilla assumed the appropriate posture to move through the tunnels, Dawoon went with him to the elephant golem. When they arrived, Dawoon said joyfully, elephant, this is your brother. Climbing up on Dawoon's shoulder and waving his legs to greet them, Dawoon spoke, introducing them to Pokyu. Right, and this is the eldest, right? As Dawoon warmed up for battle, he spoke to his new creations with
be right
whom
back.
he was about to go to the test. Let's see how strong you both are, shall we? As soon as Dawoon said this, they immediately went to the surface to test their strength against the many rat monsters that were there. While running around on the surface, the rat monsters that lived in the location of the Death Mountains suddenly heard a strange noise that was getting louder by the second, and an earthquake appeared. After that, strange silhouettes began to appear from the observation tower. After a short period of time, these silhouettes became more and more distinct, and it turned out to be Dawoon with his golems. Seeing the unwanted guests who encroached on their territory, the rats became very angry and began to scream very loudly, creating a ruckus. After that, all the rats present at the location began to gather in a single pile and headed towards the enemies who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the enemies approaching at a frantic pace, Dawoon spoke to his golems, giving them another command. Your time has come. Attack. As soon as the command to act was given, the gorilla immediately rushed to Chris to crush the herd as ordered by its master. Leaping out of his seat, the gorilla soared into the air, swinging hard and folding his arms into a lock to make them into a hammer for greater effectiveness. The next moment, the gorilla landed right on top of a large pile of rats that had gathered in a single group and was able to easily kill a large number of enemies with just one blow. The gorilla then began to strike at the remaining rats that continued to approach it, killing more and more with each blow. Seeing that this tactic was no longer effective, the gorilla waved its arm like a scythe, sweeping away all the enemies in its path, and moved on, following the order.
Welcome.
Fighting with an incredibly large number of monsters, whose attention was mostly focused on it, the gorilla left a large crater at the place of its struggle. Watching the battle of his gorilla golem, Dawoon said in surprise, "Wow,
you're very welcome.
Is it really that strong? This is the true strength of the final boss of the first stage." The battle had been going on for a long time, but the enemies were not getting smaller. On the contrary, it seemed that their number was only growing, despite the number of them that had already been destroyed. Looking at his mini-map, which displayed all the creatures within a certain radius, Dawoon said in surprise, "What? There are more and more of them every time?" While he was looking at the mini-map while sitting on the elephant, he suddenly heard the sound of monsters approaching him. And looking around, he noticed that they were crawling on the golem. Seeing the danger approaching him, Dawoon spoke anxiously to his golems. "Make sure these rats can't climb on you." As soon as the boy said this, the golem basement suddenly jumped up, shook off all the rats, and at the same time drove away the rest that were heading toward him. Seeing the threat they were in if they continued to approach, the rats stopped in one place, far from the elephant, and began to hiss irritably, trying to scare him. Seeing that the number of enemies was not decreasing, Dawoon thought in confusion, "There are too many of them. How can we attack them differently? We need something else. A massive attack." Thinking about what he had just said in his head, Dawoon could only think of one combination of words as he ran it through his mind: mass casualties. Thinking of what could be used as a weapon of
carrier services,
Dawoon, reaching into his inventory, suddenly shouted out to the gorilla golem, "Gorilla, catch!" After that, a large cube made of mud flew towards the gorilla. Having received it, the gorilla golem did not know what to do with it and how to behave. When Dawoon saw that the gorilla caught the cube he had handed him, he shouted loudly, "Gorilla, now throw this cube at your enemies, in any direction." Hearing the order from his master, the gorilla shouted in the affirmative, saying that he understood the order, and lifted the cube above him, aiming at the enemies. A few seconds later, the cube flew at the enemies, sweeping them away and destroying them in large flocks due to the rather impressive size of the projectile. Seeing that his idea was working 100%, Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, "That's it, an elephant. Now you come closer to the gorilla." When he got close to the gorilla, Dawoon moved from elephant to gorilla.
First things first, I gotta get my Andy.
Artillerist asterisk, who was very inactive in destroying enemies with cubes. Sitting on the shoulder of his gorilla golem, Dawoon opened his inventory, which contained ammunition, and said, "Gorilla, stretch out your hand to me."
All right, we're gonna have to figure out some kills.
But obeyed Dawoon's order. Then the boy took another block
Thursday,
of
method. What is you doing? Oh,
saying, "Reload."
crazy ass cat here. Go play with your toy over there.
Dawoon, who was sitting on his shoulder, said to the gorilla golem, "Now you can begin to destroy them all." Hearing this order, the gorilla suddenly roared loudly and began to swing its fist out of the mud, preparing to attack the enemies who were approaching them. Then, aiming at the enemies who had come close enough to attack, she threw a stone right on target, killing a large number of them in one fell swoop. Seeing that the attack had hit the target,
wait a minute,
the effectiveness of such a battle was very high, Dawoon quickly renewed the shells in his warrior's hands. After the ammunition appeared in his hands, the gorilla would again throw it at the enemies, who continued to throw more of it down. After receiving the next ammunition, the gorilla jumped up to increase the distance and range of the stone throw, and to destroy more enemies in one throw.
We're gonna have to
Seeing how efficiently he was able to destroy his enemies, Davong could only replenish his ammunition, but he said, "This is great, but I have an even better idea."
Make sure I'm stocked up on
the gorilla walked quickly to a nearby elephant to implement Dawoon's plan to fight the monsters more effectively. As he filled the trunk on the elephant's back with cubes of mud, Dawoon said, "Since elephants often use their trunks as hands, you can throw them too." Looking at the mini-map to check on their progress, Dawoon happily reported, "Good, we've finished off almost everyone. It was much easier than I expected." till Dawoon saw that they had almost dealt with the influx of enemies when a notification appeared out of nowhere, telling them that the dungeon had begun to reset. Seeing what had just been reported to him, Dawoon exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Wait, I don't understand. Is it possible that the dungeon has already restarted?" After this restart notification came, everyone on the battlefield suddenly began to tremble.
Your boy gotta get to work. I gotta kill some shit.
Everyone except Davong.
Keyboard mode
the
off.
arrival of something incredibly large and powerful, the rats began to scream in fright and scream loudly.
Did I actually
scattering
just
in different
do that?
directions to escape.
Yeah, I
When
just
Dawoon
turned my
saw that the
keyboard
enemies
mode off.
began to flee, he said in surprise, "Are they suddenly all going crazy together?
Yeah,
What
I
are they
fucking
all
turned
so
my
afraid
keyboard
of?"
mode off. Where the
Looking
fuck
at his
is it?
pet sitting on his shoulder, Dawoon said in astonishment, Poke, are you afraid too? Hey, what's wrong with all of you guys?" Sensing something quite strong and dangerous approaching, Pocky grabbed onto the boy, but he wouldn't let go, trying to hide behind him. Seeing this strange behavior of his little pet, who was trembling with fear, Dawoon
Keyboard
said in
mode
surprise,
on.
"You weren't so afraid during
Typing
the
mode
previous
on.
restart." Determined to observe what it was that scared his pet so much, Dawoon decided to use his mini-map skill to track down the possible danger. When he opened the map, he saw his previous towers that he had built in the first stage, and the 3 towers in the Death Mountain that he had recently built, as well as the marker with him. But suddenly he saw that some strange changes began to take place on the map. And then he said in surprise, "The area near the first stage is getting darker and darker." As he said this, Dawoon saw that his towers had disappeared and said in alarm, "Eh? The towers are also disappearing. Well, it seems that everything in that place is disappearing. At least we are at a safe distance." Looking at the map in detail, Dawoon noticed that after the area had gone completely dark in the first stage, something strange
Galaxy
began
map
to happen as they crossed the border.
Displaying star map.
Looking at the number of dots that appeared on the map, he said in surprise, "What is this? Are all these dots on the map monsters that are heading our way?" When Dawoon saw this, he said to his golems in confusion, "Everyone, gather around immediately. We need to get out of here as soon as possible, or we'll be in trouble." As Dawoon approached the observation post, he said, "We will place the elephant at the base of the building, and we will place the goyim on the roof of the post." After completing all the tasks, Dawoon was already on the roof of the observation post with the gorilla to repel the monster's attack. Sitting on the observation tower, Dawoon, feeling the ground shake, said in surprise, "My God,
What the f?
it's definitely not an earthquake, but..." Looking at the huge crowd of monsters heading toward them, Dawoon said in fright,
Am I missing something?
"All this shaking of the ground is caused by a single noise coming from one direction." As Dawoon watched the monsters coming toward them, he was confused. Those monsters that wiped out other areas, they're all headed this way. Looking at this huge crowd, which was impossible
There it
to
is.
miss,
I'm sitting there like,
Dawoon said in embarrassment, "I will not allow you to escape from me like this."
oh,
Using his
showing
horned boar
boom.
power, which was currently at the 9th level, Dawoon said, "A perfect chance to improve my skills."
There it
Deciding
is.
to take advantage of this great opportunity, Dawoon used his mud creation skill and said, "Q." After creating dozens of projectiles for the gorilla to throw at the enemies, Dawoon happily announced, "Start throwing these stones at them. Throw them as if they were rockets, heh heh." After providing his gorilla golem with ammunition,
You see
to fight the
system map.
monster, Dawoon began to create more dirt cubes, thinking, "This is perfect. I need to make them the same weight so I can throw them as well." After creating some ammunition for himself to throw at his enemies to improve his skills, Dawoon threw the stone he had created at the crowd of monsters that were approaching without hesitation. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting monsters continued to destroy everything in their path, when suddenly one of the rats felt a strange premonition and saw a shadow above him that was growing larger by the second. Raising its head up, the monster saw a giant stone cube flying at it from above. Noticing this danger, the monster screamed loudly, warning its comrades of the danger. But at that moment, it was too late to dodge. The moment Dawoon and the gorilla started throwing stones at the rat monsters, they were already helpless. However, despite this effective strategy, the boy's action had critical consequences. Despite the strength of the horned boar, which gave him incredible power for a certain moment in time, the problem was that the time of use was limited. Dawoon's strength quickly disappeared. Feeling heavy in his hands, Dawoon thought in confusion.
System map.
What? Has the skill expired?
System cartography.
However, this time it was completely different. The sturdily constructed tower allowed him to instantly
Galaxy
restore
map.
the skill. These
Accessing
ingeniously
cartography.
constructed buildings saved their lives.
Thank you.
Seeing that a simple storming of the
You're
tower was
welcome,
not
Captain.
effective, the leader of the rats decided to change the strategy of the battle. The leader then growled loudly to attract the attention of the other monsters. After that, the monsters began to climb on top of each other, forming a pyramid, which, like a ladder, allowed others to climb higher. And at this rate, they already reached a considerable height.
Dictatorship there
When
at war.
Dawoon saw his enemies making a human ladder, he said in surprise, "What the hell is this? They're standing on top of each other to climb to the roof? We can't even throw stones normally because they are too close." Realizing that throwing stones at the rats would be impractical, Dawoon pulled out a piece of dried meat from his inventory and said menacingly, "We must destroy them at their very core." Hearing his master's exclamations, Pocky, who was sitting on his shoulder, squeaked in surprise.
Go back 30%.
Dawoon then spoke to him joyfully. "Let's destroy them at their very core, Poku." Dawoon then threw the pieces of meat from the roof of the tower away from him, shouting, "Eat!" When the rats saw something tasty flying down from the tower,
Select
they
route.
immediately turned their attention away from the boy and went after the goods.
Route.
After that, the Tower of Rats
Plot
began
route.
to collapse because each of them was already interested in
Plot
getting a piece
route.
of jerky that was thrown to them.
Plot
Less
route.
than a minute later, the entire tower
Plot
suddenly collapsed
route.
to the ground, kicking up a
Plot
huge
route.
pile of dust. Seeing that the tower was once again numbered, and all the enemies were at a sufficient distance
See,
to
this is
attack,
why I leave this
Dawoon
open.
said in a frantic voice, "Well, is it time to finish what we started? Skill activation." Preparing to continue fighting the monsters that had fallen for such a cheap provocation with food, Dawoon said, "Skill activation, mud formation." As soon as he said this, a giant cube of mud appeared in front of him, which Dawoon could not lift accurately, but that was not important. Seeing that the initial stage of creating a projectile to throw at enemies was complete, Dawoon confidently called out, "I need to do it one more time." Spreading his arms above him and using the skill again, Dawoon repeated, "Skill activation, create dirt." After that, the
LHS
cube in front of him was instantly
3356.
modernized. Large spikes appeared on its edges and sides.
LHS
Thanks to this
3356.
modernization, it was supposed to deal more damage.
Plot route.
After creating a new ammunition for his attack, Dawoon said to his gorilla golem, "Hey, gorilla, come here. Now it's your turn to work." Hearing the command that prompted it to act, the gorilla approached Dawoon and with a sudden movement picked up the newly created spiked cube. After this action, the gorilla immediately threw the cube at the crowd of monsters who continued to advance. A few seconds later, the stone rolled on after being hit, thus piercing the ranks of the rat monsters that continued to advance on the observation tower. After the spiked cube hit the ground, it left behind a large radius mote that confused the enemies. Seeing the results of his new invention, Dawoon, observing how much the enemy's ranks had been thinned out, said in amazement, "Wow, well that was quite effective." A few seconds later, Dawoon felt the familiar sensation again, accompanied by a bright glow from
I
his
have those.
entire body.
Cool.
Dawoon was once again able to improve his mastery of
Crew
his
lounge.
skills. Glancing
I
at
got
the
my
system
chick on board.
notifications, Dawoon saw that he had successfully mastered the mud
Let me see
formation
how I got.
skill,
Let me
and
check
his
my
horn
base.
bore strength skill had also
Oh
risen to
yeah.
the 7th
Okay,
level.
so I got pulse
Surprised by the
lasers,
new level,
point defense
Dawoon said in
turret,
astonishment, "Wow,
plasma
I thought
repeater,
level 10
and
was
a
the
point
maximum,
defense
but it
turret."
surprisingly went even higher. We even improved
That
the
plasma
strength of the
repeater and
horned
defense
bore.
turret gotta be nasty.
Yes, damn it. After finishing the battle with the monsters, Dawoon, on top of his unconquered tower, said wearily, "Were these rats sent to us by the heavens themselves, or what?" After the battle, Dawoon spoke happily to his pet, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "Hey, Poke, let's find another underground shelter." The squirrel squeaked in agreement. After leaving the observation tower from which they had been defending themselves, Dawoon, his golemals, and Poku went down into the cave. Dawoon said in
You
surprise,
do not have enough credits to read by your
"It's
ship.
quite quiet here
Should
now."
I cancel the launch
Dawoon opened his
sequence?
mini-map and said, "I wonder if the
The
other
launch
monsters have
sequence
passed
has
us
been
by.
cancelled.
They seem to be
I
hiding in
gotta
packs."
assign people to my shit.
When Dawoon saw how many marks were on his mini-map,
better
he was
yet.
surprised. Wow,
Oh, let's see.
they
What
really
is
have
it?
so many nests, don't they? This area seems to be quite dangerous.
Protocol override.
After he
Customize
finished
my
analyzing
settings.
the area around him, Dawoon said
Opening
thoughtfully,
customizer.
"The towers are not
Thank
so
you.
safe anymore, and you guys are not yet strong enough to be able to repel all attacks." After that, Dawoon smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's start digging again." Once he started working, he dug the tunnels very efficiently, shouting, "Dirt formation, master level." Continuing to move at a frantic pace underground, digging new paths for himself,
I gotta adjust that
Dawoon suddenly
anyways.
stopped when he saw an obstacle in front of him. He only had time to speak. "The formation." Then his sentence was cut short when he saw a huge stone blocking his
Closing
path.
customizer.
Touching it with his hand, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "What the hell is this?"
Roll call.
Standing in front
Setting
of a dead
saved.
end, Dawoon added in frustration, "Is it really a huge stone?
Greetings.
Damn it, I can't change it no matter
Standing
how
by.
hard I try. Aren't
Reporting
broken
for duty.
stones just like dirt?
Greetings.
So annoying." Faced
Reporting
with
for
the problem
duty.
that suddenly came his way,
Hold on.
Standing
retired
by.
Dawoon, with his hands at his sides, said thoughtfully, "It seems that there is nothing I can do for now. I'll go to the surface for now." When he reached the surface, Dawoon felt a cool wind enveloping his body, and then he said, shivering from the cold, "It's a little chilly here. Maybe it's because there are no trees." Looking into the distance where only cold mountains were visible, Dawoon said, "The climate of this place makes it
I'm gonna do
impossible to
this
travel
real quick. Hold
around,
on.
and traveling on a road that is free of rats is much better." Thinking about his next steps, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "I can no longer dig underground, but I can build towers. There seems to be no other way because the underground routes are blocked." After saying this, Dawoon thought of something else that was very disturbing.
We're gonna do this too. Let's see. What's I need to get rid of? Get rid of that. Alright, we're gonna hold that there. We're gonna wait a second. And then I'm gonna do that again because that was dope. We'll wait till music start over here. And then I'm gonna start it over. Fucked up. Hold on. Let me hit record. That'll help. Roll call.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Reporting for duty. I'm here.
Reporting for duty.
I'm here.
Let's go. Launch.
You don't have an active crew member. Be careful, Captain. You do not have enough credits to read by your ship. She might cancel the launch sequence.
Crew member. Exit.
Affirmative. Stand by. Checking all systems.
Pre-launch diagnostic checks.
All systems ready to go.
Ascending. Retracting modules. Handing you the com.
You have signal.
Engage
Would you like me to
FSD.
clear the area and prepare for jump?
Yes.
That's a negative.
Boosting now. Max engines.
Night vision.
Confirmed.
Charging Super Cruise drive.
Fire Group B. Fire Group C.
Isn't it about time we upgraded?
Full spectrum system scanner.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Engines stop. Stop engines.
Stop all thrusters.
R. R. Mm. Got a problem here. Analysis mode.
Changing mode.
System scan.
Compiling data for cartography.
There are 12 bodies in this system.
Full spectrum system scanner.
Okay, Captain.
Exit. Engage FSD drive.
Frame shift active.
Engines 100%. Engines 80%.
80%.
Engines 100%.
Engaging 100%.
Leaving system. So long, suckers.
The system's primary star is scoopable. Fuel reserves are at 96% of maximum.
Gathering information. Cartography updated.
Scan.
Affirmative, Captain.
Scan system.
As a high security level, the risk of piracy is low. The nearest landable station is 19 light seconds away. The primary economy is agricultural. A war is taking place in this system. Stop and search is in operation, with conflict zones appearing throughout the region. War-specific signal sources, encounter scenarios, and missions are available.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Captain.
You. Ooh. System scan.
Gathering information. Cartography has now been updated.
There are 19 bodies in this system.
Full spectrum system scanner.
Okay.
Alright, let me go back to what I was getting into. Exit. System map.
System map.
Identical.
You gotta be fucking shit.
Awaiting orders.
Combat mode. Hard points.
Retracting weapons.
Hard points.
Deploying and readying weapons.
Combat mode.
Switching mode.
Boy, I was about to give you that smoke. Now it's this mode.
Switching mode.
Engage FSD.
Frame shift activated.
Then he voiced it. What What if we come across a pack of rats again while traveling? Climbing up on his elephant, Dawoon said happily. But in any case, I need more golems. Now that the dungeon has rebooted, it's likely that the final boss has also reappeared, right? After saying this, Dawoon spoke to his golem before traveling. Let's go, gorilla. A short time later, Dawoon returned to the Desert of Death, which was his stronghold. After building his new golem, Dawoon proudly said, "Rise, Gorilla version 2.0. Upon hearing this order, the gorilla spontaneously stood up. Then Dawoon said with satisfaction, not bad." Recalling how he had obtained the core for the new golem, Dawoon thought in confusion, "The military reinforcements have arrived. This time I grabbed the core while my gorilla was fighting the boss." After deciding to form a new block of mud at the new skill level, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "What is the result now? If the number of gorillas has increased, then I don't need to do anything." When he tried to lift the block, Dawoon was unable to do so even with his horned boar skill. As he struggled, Dawoon said, "I will continue to improve my mud forming skill to the master level." Unable to pick up this cube of mud, Dawoon said in surprise, after raising my skill level,
Give me your missions, bitch.
Large and much
Be a criminal.
Thinking that if he could easily pick it up,
it's more of y'all. Okay, it's 3 of y'all over there.
Dawoon
me y'all
said
shit.
in embarrassment, "I could
give me
easily kill it. With
give me
this,
some high
I could have
grades, you
easily
stingy
killed all
bitches."
those monsters."
I
As he
don't want to have to go to
stretched his arms
Jameson.
and prepared for the next training session, Dawoon, satisfied with his work, said, "But still, I can't know for sure. That's because a new dangerous enemy could appear at any moment." Coming to his golems, who were already ready to work, Dawoon stood in front of them in a confident posture, folding his arms in front of him, and joyfully said,
I like how I have to hit it. Even if I'm at the bottom of the goal, bottom of it, it's still gonna hit me with that bullshit.
Dawoon continued to the surface. But as soon as they got to the surface, Dawoon's joyful smile immediately disappeared, and his mood changed completely. Now he was not happy with his decision. Riding forward on his elephant golem, Dawoon angrily exclaimed, "Why the hell is it so cold here? Is it because we are in the mountains? I can only get frostbite here." Calling up the inventory, Dawoon decided to look for some warm clothes. When he found something that seemed to fit, he said, "Inventory, horned boar skin." As Dawoon covered himself with the horned boar skin, which kept him warm, he saw Pocky climbing inside. Trying to keep warm, he said, "Well, at least this is easier." Crawling under Davong's horned boar skin, the pet snuggled up to him and slowly began to climb up to his head. When it finally reached the desired warm spot on the boy's body,
Request docking.
Docking request code sent.
With the green docking lights to your right, your landing pad will be above you, at the rear of the station.
Out shields, Captain.
Yes. External lights.
Landing gear, Captain.
No.
Commander, reduce your speed.
Okay.
Oh, 25 is up ahead. Landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking successful. Line crew dispatched. Greetings, Commander.
Repairs, fuel, weapons, check. Request complete.
So it wasn't that. All right. '84. Unorbital truckers. Alright, let's check these boys out. 20 mil for 56. 6 mil to kill Syndicate Pirates. I need to kill 8, level 6. What? Why am I killing orbital truckers? Oh shit. Y'all don't like each other. Alright, let's check out the green ones first, though. Illegal, nah, I'm good. I don't need to get no legal shit popping. Okay, well, how many? 27? 48, so it's 20 more. For 10 mil more. So half a mil per kill. EGU is leading, so I shouldn't. Let me see what they got all up here first. I don't wanna. Boy. Right. Strategic data transfer level 8 delivered to. Okay, delivering that. It's only 122 light seconds from the pop in. Boy, it's picking up everything. For real. Oh, damn it. Pressing the wrong buttons. There. There we go. That's red hot, though. What's the highest one they give him? That's a crew mission. Prison colony ships. Go to another place and kill people. I like that. That's fun. 11.6, 11.8. That's 40. It's 35. That's wild. It's 40. 40. 35. Well, that's a crew mission. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. I'm up in. Take down. Values party. No, they want me to do some assassinate. I don't feel like that. That's just another courier job that can get you shot the fuck up. Delivering 18 silver. Get me shot at too. Who'd y'all piss off? Should be collected as possible. Let me see something. I don't have Paladinium anywhere. Check my fleet carrier. What does that shit say? Like 54? Metal, right? Holy shit. I got 352. Whoa. Let's deposit 5 in there, shall we? Oh, let's leave. Honestly, I need to grab that 19, bro. I'm a little short. That's 6 mil right there for 54. How much space I got? Everything's on fucking 1. That's cool. I don't know how that happened. I only got 16 space on this shit. Killed 70. Okay, kill 1. The Gold Syndicate. Wait a minute. What else y'all got me killing? Nothing. Let's turn that off. Let's turn that. Let's check it everything now. $20 mil popped up. That's from the EG. Pirates. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. They're in the expansion, even though. Wait a minute, what? But they're at war. Oh, these dudes are Vikings. These dudes are savages. Okay. You only, huh? Y'all really don't want the fuck. Y'all want them truckers gone, bro. Known terrorist Marissa. Which one we want to do? They're all red though. I don't want to piss them dudes off. Justice Party, huh? Let's take that. We'll start with that one. See where that takes us, huh? What? Am I bugging right now? System map. System map. System map.
As you wish.
The pet snuggled up to the boy and spoke with pleasure. Pocky. Seeing what his pet had just done and how incredible it was, Dawoon thought happily, my God, just
Galaxy
look at how
map.
cute he is. Lying in the trunk of the elephant, Dawoon decided to try to do something to keep himself warm.
Galaxy
and
map.
he said to the golems, guys,
Welcome to
please
Stellar
stop for a
Cartography.
second. Wrapping himself in the hide of a horned boar to keep warm from the bitter cold of the Death Mountains, Dawoon said with satisfaction, the wind isn't as strong if we stand still. Looking up at the starry sky in its full glory, Dawoon, who was lying in the elephant's back, said thoughtfully, perhaps the ceiling will make me feel a little warmer.
Galaxy
After
map.
making this guess about the temperature regulation of the environment, Dawoon got off the elephant and used
Galaxy
his skill
map.
to say, okay, let's try it.
Accessing cartography.
While he was trying to create something that could replace his roof, Dawoon gave an order to his golem warriors. Gorillas, stand guard in case something happens. As he rolled the mud on the ground, which was to be used as a roof to improve the temperature, Dawoon said thoughtfully, we need to make it wider. As he added ingredients to his mud, which he was using to mold the elephant's roof to keep warm
Launch.
from the cold, Dawoon spoke throughout the process. Forming the mud.
Excellent.
After doing a lot of work, it was
Let me
clear
check out
that the
the
result would
port.
be quite remarkable. And upon completion, Dawoon, who saw what he had done, exclaimed in surprise, huh? What? Looking at the perfect shape and thickness of the ceiling, Dawoon said in amazement, it used to be harder to make it this thin. Perhaps it's easier now that I'm a master. Dawoon decided to touch it and felt its pleasant texture. And as he continued to run his finger over the surface, he said happily, "Wow, it's so smooth. It's almost like ceramic." Suddenly, when Dawoon pressed a little harder on the surface, it cracked. Seeing what he had just done, the boy said thoughtfully, "It's too thin. The strength is a bit weak." Thinking about how to correct this mistake, Dawoon said, "If I make it wider, then I need to make it thicker to make it stronger. I think I've got it." When Dawoon created the next plate, he tested its strength and was able to break it without much difficulty. Realizing that he had to try harder, he said, "I see. Skills alone will not do. I'll also have to use my many years of experience."
So what are you after today?
When Dawoon had finished his next job, he collapsed from exhaustion and the hard work he had to do. Lying on the ground, he heaved a sigh of relief.
Grade 3 Dominator
Running his
suit.
finger over his latest creation, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "It may be strong, but wouldn't it be too dangerous if it suddenly broke?" After thinking for a while about how he could ironize this
I
invention
got a
of
grade
his,
3 Dominator.
Dawoon,
hold
without
on.
wasting much time,
Is that
explained
special?
joyfully, "Oh, that's right. I know how to do it." Snapping his fingers in front of him as if to announce his brilliant idea, Dawoon said joyfully, "The dome. The dome will be able to support the weight of the
772,
structure. It is
29.
also more reliable and safer." Having created the dome in his next attempt, Dawoon controlled the
772,
golem's
29,
movements
29,
so
okay.
that they would not accidentally
There's no
break
difference
it, said,
between the two.
"Okay, now lift it up like this." As Dawoon watched his golems work, he
Nope.
said happily, "Ha ha ha,
He's got
be
to
careful."
let you down.
After a while, when the construction was completed, Dawoon climbed into the elephant and said joyfully, "Hooray, finally, the work is finished." A golem elephant made by Dawoon with a roof. Lying in the luggage compartment on the elephant's back, Dawoon, satisfied with his work, enjoyed his rest, saying happily, "This is what I understand. This is real life." Looking up,
I need 10
he saw
power
his parents
regulators.
said to him, "I feel that by now, with my skills, I can create something much harder."
I still need fire
After saying this,
schematics.
the boy also added, "Are you also thinking about this, Poke? Maybe we should build a protective wall against the monsters. After all, we won't be able to hide from our enemies now." Getting down from his elephant, Dawoon thought about what kind of place to make for the night and said thoughtfully,
Can I upgrade?
"So, we need to make something convenient for traveling
Nope.
on the surface." After a short time on the cold ground, which was being
2 more,
blown
no,
by
3
the
more.
cold wind, Dawoon wrapped himself in the horned boar's skin and said, Dubak, all right, let's make an insulating layer first." Thinking about this idea, the boy set to work. Using his skills in molding mud, which he had quite a good command of, as well as all his knowledge from his past
don't need
life in
cosmetics.
Korea, Dawoon was able to create something that definitely did not exist in this dungeon world. It was a golem elephant created by Dawoon with a heated floor. On its back, the boy built a house with a stove that kept him warm in this cold desert.
There you go.
From
No,
the
I don't.
outside, it looked quite interesting and simple. But inside, on the right side in the back, there was a fireplace, which was a source of heat and light. On the left side, also in the back, there was a bathroom and a sewer, through which all the waste was washed away. In the middle of the elephant, 4 blankets made of horned boar skins were spread on the floor. There was also a closet for storing things and an exit. The elephant's trunk
Nah, I
served
ain't
as a
selling
chimney.
that.
The heat passed through the elephant's belly. The heat passed through the elephant's belly, heating the room, and the smoke went out through the trunk. Looking at the way his elephant looked after the upgrade, Dawoon also got a new achievement, and he was confused. "What the hell did you do, Dawoon?" The achievement description read, "New achievement. You have created a floor heating system. Reward. The heat control skill is now part of your skill set as a craftsman." Seeing that he had been given a new reward for building it, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Wow, an achievement award, huh? For some reason, I'm not even surprised." 2 months after this event, the beginning of new events developed in the historical part of the north.
Yo,
Arriving at the site of the battle with the stage boss, the rabbit was confused by what had happened there. Standing in the room where the final boss was supposed to be, the surviving participant spoke, "How come there are no monsters here?" Let's rest. Can we rest here?" Hearing this, the rabbit thought angrily, "No, you idiots. Disappointed by another failure, when the golem was already defeated by the time the players reached it, the rabbit thought sadly, "This is not good." As the rabbit walked away from the room where the golem was supposed to be, he thought in confusion, "This is not good at all. If this continues, the high-ups will definitely say something." Meanwhile, Dawoon, who had completed the construction of his next golem and brought it to life with the help of a core,
Yeah, we dealt with that
happily,
issue. Wow.
"It's a shame that I can't share this site with anyone." At that time, Dawoon's team consisted of 1 elephant golem, 4 gorilla golems, and 1 Pokemon. Looking at them, the boy said happily, "I would at least show off to the rabbit if he were around." Having completed all the preparations, Dawoon set off with his subjects on a journey. Looking out of the window, he said sadly, "I can't see anything at all from here." Then, looking out the window, Dawoon also added, "However, I can say for sure that we are definitely very high up. Heh, the road is not so bumpy. There are smooth peaks everywhere." When Dawoon reached the top of the mountain, he turned his hut on legs, which he had equipped with an elephant, and looked around at the incredible views and said, "Wow, what a view." Sitting on Dawoon's shoulders, watching everything he saw, his pet Pokyu, who could also admire it, added excitedly, "Pokyu!" Rubbing his nose at this touching moment, Dawoon said, holding back his emotions. It was quite a rewarding experience, and the journey seemed quite easy. But as he said this and turned his head to the side, he suddenly saw something behind him that he had not expected to find. Behind him were the ruins of what was probably the boss of this stage. Upon seeing them, Dawoon said in surprise, "What is he doing here?" As Dawoon approached the ruins, he saw a strange statue standing in front of the entrance. Trying to figure it out, Dawoon said in astonishment, "What is this?" As he pondered the statue, Dawoon also had another
Be
thought.
careful, Captain.
These
You do
must
not
be the
have
last
enough
ruins,
credits
but
to
why
read
are
by
they
your
at this
ship.
height?
Should I
Looking at
cancel
these
the
ruins,
launch
which he had
sequence?
reached by
No.
accident, the boy said
That's a
thoughtfully,
negative.
"It's for sure that we are quite
Acknowledged.
far from the first stage. I wonder why we call them ruins."
Checking
Thinking of
all
the rabbit that had
systems.
accompanied him
Thank
for
you.
a long time, Dawoon said in displeasure, "You must have been repeating after
Repairs,
that bastard
fuel,
all
weapons.
along.
Check.
But these ruins were built long before he came along, right?"
Pre-launch diagnostic.
Continuing to ponder, Dawoon spoke as he stared at the statue again. So they were built before the dungeon was created.
All
Perhaps they
systems
are relics of
prepared.
the past. Having decided to enter them, Dawoon said to himself, "Hey, I'm standing here doing nothing, and I won't get any answers if I keep standing here. I need to take a closer look." As he walked forward to the ruins to look at them and examine them in more detail, Dawoon said thoughtfully,
Ascending to 30 meters. Retracting modules. Handing
"That's
you the
because I
coin.
have 5 goals." Walking past the statue at the entrance to the dungeon, Dawoon noticed it because it looked very strange, and there was no similar statue in the previous dungeon. After taking a closer look at it, Dawoon said thoughtfully,
Would you like me to clear the
I didn't
area
see
and
any
prepare
similar
for jump?
statues in the North Dungeon.
Yes.
What is the purpose of this statue here?" Looking at its workmanship and the material it was made of,
Yes.
Dawoon said in surprise, "It seems to be made of stone." Looking at the statue that seemed to be guarding the ruins, which had a strange color of skin, Dawoon said in wonder, "This is quite a strange color of stone." Almost passing the statue that stood in front of the ruins, Dawoon kept his gaze on it and said in astonishment, "It's still quite well made." As soon as he looked away from the statue, it suddenly began to move.
There are
in a
88
strange way,
constellations
as if
in
it
my
were alive.
database. The very same
next moment,
constellations
Dawoon heard a
adopted by
bang
the
in a very
International
close distance,
Astronomical Union.
accompanied by an explosive wave. He jumped back from the sudden development of the fight and saw that the trident he had been
Gauge
holding in the
FSD
statue's
drive.
hands was now embedded in the ground. Then the boy exclaimed in confusion, What?
Engage
Slowly raising
FSD.
his head to understand what had happened. He
Frame
saw the
shift drive
statue in
engaged.
front of him, which had come to life, and for some reason was attacking him with the intention of killing him. Realizing what a mess he was in,
Night vision.
Dawoon fell to the ground in fright,
Okay, Captain.
unable to say a word, and his face was only traces of despair and horror. But unlike him,
Adjusting for jump.
Pokyu was not at all embarrassed. He was full of curiosity. Standing in front of the boy in a majestic figure, the gargoyle that had been protecting the ruins opened its wings, preparing for something. The next moment, the monster flew into the air. Seeing this opportunity, Dawoon, shielding himself from the whirlwind with his hands and
Stand
getting
by,
up from the
scanning
ground
now.
to escape,
Collating,
exclaimed
compiling
in confusion,
data.
"What a
Cartography
strong
update
wind.
complete.
That wasn't just a statue.
There are
Why the hell did it suddenly come to
bodies in
life?"
this system.
Meanwhile,
Full
the
system
gargoyle,
spectrum
having
scan.
risen into the air,
There's
froze in
moderate
place
security
watching
in place.
Dawoon's behavior.
The closest
When he looked up to
landlords-
follow
Full
the
spectrum
enemy's
system
behavior,
scan.
he saw that the gargoyle's attention was
Affirmative.
focused on him. Then he
Special
said in
services
fright,
here include
"That's
the
it.
black
Now I'm
market.
definitely
The
finished."
primary economy
As
is
soon as he
refining.
said this, the suddenly revived monster rushed at him in free fall. Seeing what was happening, Dawoon suddenly remembered his golems, who were supposed to protect him, and gave them an order in a confused voice. You guys, come to me! Help me!" Hearing the order from their master, the two gorillas who were closer
Exit.
quickly ran to Devong and jumped to meet the revived gargoyle to block its blow, which was aimed at the boy. Noticing the changes on the battlefield, where some more combatants had joined the battle, the gargoyle reacted quickly and delivered a counter-slashing blow. With enough strength, the revived monster was easily able to defeat two of Dawoon's henchmen who rushed to protect him, cutting off both gorillas' arms. After a melee attack due to the change in the number of fighters, the gargoyle noticed that enemies were still approaching it and did a backflip to dodge the other two gorillas who wanted to catch it in flight. But as a result, they only bumped heads. Having accomplished this nimble maneuver, the gargoyle then struck with her tail at the other two gorillas, who were launching a second attack, and was
Thank
able
you.
to inflict considerable damage on her enemies. The next moment after the attack, all the gorilla golems were already lying on the ground with injuries to various parts of their bodies, and the gargoyle descended to the ground right after them. Having eliminated all those who could have interfered with its actions, the gargoyle looked back at Dawoon with a fearsome gaze. Seeing how skillfully
Please
the
don't
enemy
interdict
dealt with
me,
his
bro,
four
'cause
gorillas,
I've been dying to
Dawoon
use
said in
this shit.
fright, "Damn, he really is very powerful." Turning his gaze to his companions who had been injured in his defense, Dawoon heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Well, thank goodness golems can regenerate."
I gave
And
you
while his
down to
comrades
7.
were recovering,
Combat
the boy
mode.
reached his elephant golem and climbed on top of it. and
Combat mode.
confidently said, "I will distract it for
Changing mode.
now." After saying this, Dawoon used his skills to create a cube of mud, which he placed on the trunk of his elephant. As soon as the boy saw that the enemy was heading towards his destroyed gorilla golems to finish them off, Dawoon shouted to the elephant, "Elephant, throw!" Receiving the command, the elephant golem did not hesitate for a second and threw the cube at the enemy. Hearing the screams coming from his back, the revived monster looked back to find out what was going on and noticed a giant cube flying in his direction. The next moment, the sound of a hit was heard. The distance was too short to make a maneuver to evade this sudden attack, but he managed to block it with his wings. Seeing that the enemy had repelled this surprise attack, Dawoon said in confusion, "He just blocked a maximum level mud block like that. Shit. Isn't it still equal in strength to a stone?" Looking at how easily the enemy was able to repel his maximum power attack, the boy thought in confusion, "But that's my maximum right now. I won't be able to counter him with anything else." After that, Dawoon created another mud block, but its
Captain,
purpose was different.
What are your
This one was
orders?
not designed to hit the enemy.
Mission target
As soon as the
complete.
ammunition was ready, he handed it to the elephant he was riding. The elephant, in turn, having received the block and Dawoon's command, immediately threw it towards the enemy. By hitting the wing of the revived monster, the block of dirt was able to fulfill its key purpose, namely to divert the enemy's attention for a while. Noticing that the golems were no longer in sight of the gargoyle, Dawoon loudly shouted to his golems in an alarmed voice, "Gorillas attack, now!" Hearing their master's order, the gorillas attacked the gargoyle from all sides, trying to do some damage.
Attack
Feeling
target.
the physical impact on her body, the gargoyle turned her attention back to her opponents, who had been lying on the ground, smashed to pieces. After breaking free from the grip of the enemies, the revived monster used a defensive move and began to spin on the spot.
Attack
Having
target.
gained enough speed, the gorillas began to
Fighter
fly in
attack
different
target.
directions, unable to stay on the enemy. Watching how easily the gargoyle dealt with his golems, which were 4 times as many, Dawoon said in confusion, "I thought they would at least delay him, but at this rate they'll be pulverized. Damn, how am I supposed to defeat him?" Seeing that their attacks were not effective, one of the gorillas dared to make a very desperate move to help the others escape from this formidable monster. Hearing a strange cry from one of his gorillas, the boy's attention immediately focused on one place. He saw one of his golems charging into the battle on its own. The next moment, one of the gorillas, waiting for the right moment, jumped on the enemy's back and grabbed the gargoyle in a hold.
Fighter attack.
Attacking and moving its wings.
Engage
Seeing
target.
such rash actions of one of his warriors, the guy said in confusion,
Engage
"The
target.
fourth gorilla." Then he shouted loudly to all his subjects so that they could
Attack
hear,
target.
especially the gorilla who had attacked the enemy again on his own. We cannot defeat him. You are wasting your strength. The next moment, all those who were not participating in the battle began to flee from the dungeon ruins to save their lives, facing an enemy that was beyond their strength. Only one gorilla remained, and it continued to hold off the enemy. Running away from the battlefield,
Attack
only
target.
one warrior remained, having sacrificed himself to hold off the enemy. Dawoon angrily repeated, "Damn it, damn it, why did this happen?" Having retreated a sufficient distance from the ruins, the entire team of fugitives suddenly stopped somewhere near the top of the Mountain of Death. Looking back, Dawoon said in alarm, "He's not chasing us, is he? I really hope so." Dismounting from his elephant, which served as his transportation, Dawoon walked a little forward to see the ruins in front of him, and
Engage
said in
target.
a confused tone, "This is the first time in my life that my attacks have not caused any damage. At least I lost only one. What kind of ruins are these?" Opening his mini-map to make sure they were not being followed, Dawoon added in surprise, "Judging from the fact that it's not marked in red on the mini-map, and the fact that it's outside the first stage, it seems that it's not part of the dungeon. Even rats are afraid to go there." Recalling the gargoyle monster that stood at the entrance to the dungeon and suddenly came to life when Dawoon tried to go inside, the boy thought, the movement of the rats and the location of this monument are somehow connected. Something is definitely wrong here. As he began to think about how one could be related to the other, Dawoon even sat down to concentrate better and then spoke confidently. I will definitely solve this mystery in the near future. A whole month has passed since the incident when the boy fled from the ruins at the top of the Mountain of Death, having met a formidable opponent, and now, a month later, somewhere on the top of the same mountain. On the top of a rocky mountain, strange as it may sound, Dawoon was sitting, waving a hammer in front of him in order to split a large stone that he had somehow obtained. As he continued his work, he did not even take a break for lunch, breakfast, or dinner, but simply ate dried meat as he worked. When he saw that his work was moving forward, he was excited. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. A few seconds later, the boy abruptly stood up, dropping the hammer, and clutched his head, exclaiming in frustration,
Attack target.
"Failure again." It was
Attack
from this
target.
moment that the following story could be complete.
Eliminating the threat.
Once upon a time, there was a madman who broke stones all day long. After another attempt and another failure, Dawoon began to speak to himself in order to calm down. "Calm down, Dawoon. Calm down. You will lose the moment you get frustrated." Having said this, the boy calmed down. After that, he looked thoughtfully at his tool, which he had dropped during a fit of frustration because of another failure, and which was lying next to it. At that very moment, it was clear from the boy's own words that after the incident with his golems, he had started working on something that could help him in the future. Looking at the guy, it was clear that he was working very hard. And now, to explain what he is doing, let's go back
Recall
1 month
fighter.
to find out what happened there. Going back a month in time, we can see Dawoon in the same pose as before he came back,
Is it over
sighing in the
already?
same tired way.
Recalling
But
fighters.
the location
Stand by,
has changed.
just looking for the button.
This time, he
Opening
was somewhere
hatch.
in the middle of the forest. Tilting his head down, Dawoon saw a hammer lying in the middle of the forest. Picking it up, he said happily, "Did someone leave it here?
Hey, what?
An iron hammer? I came to get golems, but my luck was good, so I found this." Thinking back to the time when the boy's strongest attack did not cause any damage to the opponent, Dawoon felt very offended. But the earth cannot defeat stones. And that was what upset him. Throwing the hammer on his shoulders, he quickly walked in a certain direction, saying happily, I need a material that is very close in strength to that gargoyle. Perhaps, should I give the golem something similar to it?" And so, sometime after such a remarkable discovery, Dawan was able to get the answer he had been looking for so long.
Engage FSD.
Namely, this answer was to give the golems their own weapons. And so, with this very plan, which was to help him in the upcoming battles and the confrontation with the gargoyle, the boy went into the future
Engage
with a
FSD.
smile on his face. Until then,
Engage
he had
FSD.
no weapon stronger or better than an iron
Frame
hammer.
shift now engaging.
While searching for something
Fuck.
to make a weapon for the golems,
Thank you.
Dawoon found a stone.
You're
and
very
touching it,
welcome.
He said happily, "Ha, this material seems similar, doesn't it? All right, then let's give it a chance." After the search for the material to develop the golem weapons was complete, Dawoon reached into his inventory to take out the rest of the processing tools. Then he took out the iron
Your
picks.
reserves are at
There were enough tools to
98%
shape this material he had
maximum.
found. Thus, the hammer he found by chance became something more than a tool for destruction. But the advantage that allowed Dawoon to create anything with these tools was his unlimited
Completing system
imagination,
scan for
which opened up
cartography.
many different options. Wiping the sweat from his face after working for a long time, Dawoon, who had finished processing the first stone, heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Phew,
has a high security
is this
level.
really enough?"
The risk of piracy
After
is
that,
low.
he looked at the stone that
The
he had to work
closest
on for so
landable
long.
station is
After spending a lot of effort on his
9
work,
seconds away.
Dawoon looked at his
The
pet
primary
sitting on his
economy is
shoulder and said happily,
agricultural. A
"Isn't
war
it
is
good?"
taking place in this system.
And so at last, his
Stop
long and
research
hard work
is in
had finally
operation
paid off.
with conflict
Finally, he
zones
gave the
appearing
gorilla one of the
throughout
stones
region.
he had been shaping
More
for so
specific
long.
signal sources
However, up
and
until that
counter
very
scenarios
moment,
and
Dawoon had
missions
never
are
had to work
available.
with stones before. And so the time came for him to work with them carefully and persistently for a month. After completing the next processing and making the 5th stone fist for his gorillas, Dawoon reluctantly said, I need 3 more of these to give each one a pair of stones. This is taking so long." Moving away from his previous work and approaching the next raw stone, Dawoon continued. With each blow of the hammer, a piece of stone about the size of a pea is broken off. Just thinking about it makes me tired. Pushing the unnecessary thoughts out of his mind to continue working, Dawoon again drove the steel pick into the stone and began hammering it. After a few blows, he noticed a bright light shining from the chip, which confused him. Taking the tools away from the stone to see what had happened, Dawoon took a few steps back and saw a system notification informing him that he had received the new achievement, Master of Stone Processing. And the reward for this was the skill, Stone Processing. Returning to his elephant to better understand the skill, Dawoon said with relief, "Phew, these achievements are coming at me from all sides. I remember the time when I was working with mud. Well, I worked very hard with it too." After that, the boy decided to test his skill by putting his hand on a stone and saying, how should I use it? Will shouting work? Break the stone." Nothing happened. Then he tried another method, saying thoughtfully, "What if I hit it?" And immediately afterwards, he hit the stone with his hand, but all he got was a bruise on his arm and the realization that this method did not work either. Now, realizing that there was no point in hitting with his hand, Dawoon reached for the hammer with his hand and said confidently, "Okay,
Request
now
docking.
try number 2, but with a more powerful tool."
Contacting docking
Swinging with all
control.
his might to try to break the stone in front of him, Dawoon shouted loudly, "Break the stone!" A dull sound of impact followed, and a bright white light appeared from the same fighter.
I'd
Having made
recommend
this
transferring
attack, the
power
guy
to
opened his
shields
eyes
for
and
the
began
landing
to look
sequence.
closely at the
Yes.
results of his next test. Imagine his surprise when he saw 2 pieces of stone in front of him, which easily broke in half, and he said in amazement, not believing his eyes, It broke!" Picking up the 2 pieces of the experimental stone on
Shall
which
I
the
lower
skill
the
was
landing
being
gear now?
tested, he
No.
said in amazement, "It broke so
No.
easily and so smoothly, I didn't even use much force." Recalling
No.
himself in the past, when he had spent
Fine.
a lot of time on a single stone, Dawoon wiped away a few tears and said, "To think that I spent so long chiseling this stone." And then he added happily, "It's just incredible. Such a good skill." Excitedly, Dawoon ran up and down the mountain, breaking in half all the small stones he could find.
The
and
Milky
exclaimed
Way is
joyfully,
not
"Break a
Disneyland."
stone! More! A rock break!" Yes, damn it. After smashing everything in his path
Thank you.
over and over again, the boy suddenly froze in place, staring at one point with curiosity.
Landing
After a
gear.
few seconds, Dawoon said
I'm
thoughtfully,
deploying the landing modules
should
for
I try it
docking.
on this? Looking at the huge boulder lying in front of him, beckoning him to try his hand at it, Dawoon hummed thoughtfully. After he struck the boulder, leaving only chips and cracks, Dawoon sat down next to it and said thoughtfully, yes, it is too big. If I continue, it should work. What if I use the skill to create a fist-shaped stone? After trying to use his skills for this kind of work, Dawoon, who had completed another stone fist that had taken him an hour to create, said happily, yes, this is easy. As he continued to work, Dawoon made considerable progress, saying as
Repairs,
he worked,
fuel,
one more time.
weapons, check.
This skill not only reduced the time for processing stones, but also for creating some kind of product from them. Standing in front of the 8 stone fists that he had finally
Completed.
finished making, the young man breathed out a sigh of relief, saying happily, incredible. This skill also made it possible to process several stones at once. Because Dawoon had thoroughly tested all the possibilities of the skill, he was able to grasp the fundamentals of the skill. The first rule of the skill was as follows. The stone must be broken by something stronger and stronger. The second is that the heavier the hammer that breaks the stone, the less effort is required to break it. Thus, 2 bayonets cannot break a stone, but a bayonet and a hammer will break it at the first blow. Third, the direction in which the stone will break can be adjusted. All you need to do is to indicate the desired direction before you hit it. Turning back to the same large stone he had stopped at after getting excited after learning the skill, Dawoon said thoughtfully, what if I hit it with an iron bayonet? After making several strokes with the bayonet, Dawoon noticed that he was not satisfied with the result and said in a disgruntled voice, it's still crumbling. That's no good. The stone is breaking in a random direction. Looking down at the fragments that were falling to the ground, the boy said thoughtfully, besides, it is slower and less effective. Only small stones come out. After standing over the stones for a while, Dawoon had a brilliant thought, and he said thoughtfully, what if I try? Deciding to try his guess, Dawoon struck the stones once, and noticing that they were even more crushed, he exclaimed joyfully, ha, they're even smaller. Sticking out his tongue out of curiosity, Dawoon added thoughtfully, what if I should try to hit them again? I wonder what will happen then. Dawoon then began to swing the hammer vigorously, crushing the stones to the smallest possible particles.
I wonder.
After spending some time doing this, Dawoon finished his work and gathered the dust from the stones into a pile and said happily, wow, they have turned to dust. I can't even tell if this dust is really stones. Stretching out his hand toward this stone dust, Dawoon, using his dirt molding skills, said thoughtfully, perhaps I can shape it. Placing his hand on the dust, Dawoon said in anticipation, Earth connection skill. Seeing that his skill was still able to affect the dust and it began to form, he exclaimed, huh? Wow, it really worked?
That's one.
Looking into his inventory, Dawoon saw the sand block he had just created. Realizing that it could affect stone dust after all, he exclaimed, hooray, it worked! Pulling a sand block out of his inventory, he grabbed it in his hands and began to hit the stone in front of him. When Dawoon was convinced of its strength, he said in surprise, it is not inferior in hardness because it is made of the same material. Wow, it has become as strong as it was originally. Holding the block up as if it were a precious treasure, Dawoon said joyfully, I need to break stones like this, and then create them back. Lowering his head down, putting the block back into his
This
inventory,
gonna be dangerous.
and searching for a wand
About
on the
to drop
ground,
off like 3 of them.
Dawoon said thoughtfully, I wonder how much this skill will change once I reach the master level. Finding a wand nearby, Dawoon drew a gargoyle on the ground. After that, he also drew all his golems below and began to develop a strategy, saying, there is only one enemy, but we will definitely lose if we fight face to face. Because he flies, it will be difficult for us to find an advantage in that terrain. We'll have a chance if he starts to go forward. But if he takes off, we'll be in trouble. After saying this, Dawoon thought seriously and added, it's a bit dangerous to use this skill on an opponent. What to do? If I had a way to quickly close the distance. Thinking about closing the distance quickly, Dawoon remembered what he knew best and said nervously, to hell with it. If there's no solution, then maybe we should just dig a tunnel. I even learned the skill of stone carving. After thinking about this
50,000
strategy,
for a stone.
Dawoon heaved a heavy sigh and said, "But with my skill level, it might take a whole year."
Gold.
Looking at the diagram he had drawn in the sand, Dawoon hummed thoughtfully, propping his head up with his hand. His attention then turned to the elephant, which was the only one in his group. Realizing a certain truth, Dawoon exclaimed joyfully, "Why didn't I think of this before? It's just brilliant." Recalling all of his golem models, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Originally, my golem design was based on an elephant, but I created a gorilla." Having gotten to the truth in his thinking, Dawoon happily announced, "What I need right now is mobility in a fight with my opponent. I need to create a golem that can wield it." Crouching down on the ground, Dawoon began to draw something frantically. Pocky came over to him and began to watch with interest what his master
Galaxy
was doing.
map.
When he saw what he was drawing,
Welcome to
the
Stellar
pet said
Cartography.
something to Dawoon in a surprised tone, as if asking what it was supposed to be. Hearing the puzzled tone of his pet, Dawoon happily told him, "Come, Pokyu, we will make you new brothers." Hearing this proposal, Pocky happily accepted it and followed the boy, who had already invented an interesting strategy. After a while, the ruins on the top of the mountain were visited again by guests where the gargoyle statue was. Feeling that the strangers were approaching the territory again, the gargoyle began to break free from its petrification. And after a short period of time, it was completely free of its stone body and ready
Launch.
to receive the intruders. Seeing how many opponents
Launch.
there were this time, the guardian of the ruins clutched his
Be
trident
careful.
tightly.
You do not have
These
enough
guests who
credits
came to the
rebuy your
ruins were
ship.
none other than
She
Dawoon
might
and his
cancel the
golems,
launch
who
No.
wanted
sequence.
revenge for his last shameful defeat. When the gargoyle saw the
No.
army approaching, it growled in surprise. This time, the army included new golems that Dawoon had made, namely centaurs.
Affirmative.
This was Dawoon's latest development, a new design of golems with high mobility.
Checking all
4
systems.
units of centaur golems. Seeing the target, the centaur golems began to slowly approach the ruins with Dawoon behind
Repairs,
them,
fuel,
shouting,
weapons,
"All right, everyone,
check."
keep in formation." As he said this, Commander
Pre-launch
Dawoon, who
diagnostic
was behind his mobile army, was now riding an ostrich, a new riding golem, and shouted, "Forward!" Looking at his creations,
All
which were
systems
advancing on
ready
the
to
enemy,
go.
the boy thought smugly, "Just great. I have created a cavalry." Recalling how he had created the new golem forms, Dawoon said in his mind, "The capabilities of the Earth Formation Master level are simply amazing. To think that I can shape the Earth into any shape as long as I touch it."
Ascending to 30 meters.
Thinking about
Retracting
this,
modules.
Dawoon also
Handing you the
added,
com.
clarifying some aspects of his plan. "I have put the first versions of the golems to sleep. If I need them, I'll just insert a core into them." Noticing that the enemy army led by Dawoon was advancing, the guardian of the ruins blocked their path
Would you like me
forward
to
and
clear
growled,
the area and prepare for jump?
trying to intimidate.
Yes.
Seeing that the enemy
Yes.
was within reach, Dawoon looked at the gargoyle with a fearsome
Afterburners.
gaze and said,
Maxing engines.
"I will make you cry, you damn lizard."
Power diverted to engines.
After that, the centaur golems had already reached their positions, where large
Distancing.
stones were scattered in front of them.
Stand by.
Noticing that his cavalry had reached their original positions, Dawoon shouted in a commanding tone, "Quick, pick up the boulders!" Hearing this order, the centaur golems immediately picked up the boulders and prepared to throw them. Seeing that everything was ready for the attack, Dawoon thought, "I want to check something. This is very confusing." And then he shouted loudly, "Fire!"
I'm here to
Hearing
assist
their
you with the
master's
ship's
new order,
systems.
the golems threw boulders at the enemy who was in the air. The next moment, these huge stones flew directly at the enemy defending the ruins. Noticing that he was under area...
Engage FSD.
Frameshift drive engaging.
Abort FSD.
Course adjustment.
The system's primary star is not scoopable. Fuel reserves are at 100% of maximum.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
Analysis mode.
This independent system has moderate security.
Analysis
measures.
mode.
Your ship is too large to land at any stations in this
Analysis
system.
mode.
The primary economy is refinery. There are 11 bodies in this system.
Shit, is everybody wanted? I can't land it. No, it's a fucking dock. Request docking. Request docking. Request docking.
Requesting docking clearance.
With the green docking lights to your right, your landing pad will be above you, at the rear of the station.
Power to shields now.
Yes.
Fine. Taking care of landing modules. I'd like your permission.
Yes.
Deploying gear.
Landing gear.
Retracting landing modules.
Night vision.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Your approach is good. Maintain current course.
Wait a minute, am I missing 25? Oh, there it is. Jesus, I'm blind.
1,000 meters to touchdown.
Landing gear.
Landing modules deployed.
Night vision.
On it like a car bonnet.
Attack. The monster deftly dodged the 3 boulders that were thrown at him, but he did not take into account something. One of the boulders was thrown a little later.
Repairs,
Why,
fuel,
having dodged 3
weapons,
boulders,
check.
there was no time to react to the 4th one. After that, the attack hit the target. Seeing the direct hit on the enemy, Dawoon joyfully shouted to his companions,
Completed.
"Great hit!" As he closed his wing against the last boulder, which he had no time to dodge, he noticed that the gargoyle's wing had been cracked after being hit by it. Sitting on his ostrich, looking at his enemy, who was covered in dust, Dawoon thoughtfully spoke in his head, Now, he is taking damage because we are attacking him with stones. Moreover, watching the enemy's confusion from the damage, Dawun thought with satisfaction, he is not even recovering yet. Seeing that the enemy had no regeneration, Dawun thought, it must be because he has no core. We can defeat him. After that, pointing to the stone fists, Dawun loudly exclaimed, guys, take these! And it was after this order that the real battle began. After receiving the order from Dawun, the centaur golems approached the boy, picking up stones as they went. After that, the centaurs ran at the enemy, carrying combat stones to counteract his weapons as the only option for confrontation. However, the first centaur was easily neutralized by the enemy, cutting it in half with his trident and simultaneously dodging its attack. After that, the enemy switched to another centaur, which was on its way, and had already approached almost at point-blank range, preparing to attack. Using its trident, the gargoyle tried to block the attack with its handle, but the stone in the centaur's hands managed to break it. Having thus stopped a great attack on itself, the gargoyle, grabbing half of its trident in both hands, also neutralized the other centaur, separating its body from its legs. Seeing that the first pair could not cope, Dawun loudly shouted,
I'll be
Number
going
one,
up to
number
yellow
four back,
next.
Number 2 and number 3 attack. Thus, by changing the sequence of attacking soldiers, Dawun developed a strategy based on the regeneration of his soldiers. While some were fighting, others were retreating and regenerating. And thanks to precise orders, Dawun's soldiers were also prepared for unforeseen situations. This whole battle was possible only because the guy was controlling golems with high mobility. The gargoyle could not withstand the endless onslaught of the enemy, despite the strength it possessed. And Dawun was not sitting idle either. He had been looking for the enemy's weaknesses all along, and finally spotted them. Watching the battle, Dawun suddenly noticed some changes in the enemy's behavior and thought, it is true he has become much closer to the ground. Noticing that the height was more than enough, he turned his attention to the enemy's feet, which were within reach. He then shouted loudly to his subordinates, grab his legs! Upon hearing the order, the centaur golems immediately grabbed the enemy's leg, which was within their reach. When the gargoyle felt that it was caught, it nervously tried to escape from the clutches of the centaurs, but they did not want to let go.
This one's
Dawun
got a
ran
lot
to
of
their aid and had to end the fight using his skills. Remembering how Song Woo-hyun had hunted the horned boar and created incredible plans of action, Dawun said to himself confidently, you must. After that, he also had memories of fighting the golem alone, trying to help the people from the first stage. As he approached the enemy and recalled all those tactical actions, Dawun glared at the enemy and shouted, first, break its balance. After that, he rushed to the enemy, who was trying to escape from the hands of the centaurs, and created a tower of blocks behind him. Having completed this preparation for the attack, Dawun shouted loudly to his ward, pull! Hearing the command, the centaur obediently grunted. The next moment, the enemy fell to the ground after the centaur pulled him along, and he fell to the ground, punching through the blocks with his back. Seeing that the enemy was on the ground, Dawun, having created a slide for himself to attack from the mountain, quickly climbed out and jumped on the enemy. As he approached the formidable enemy, who was confused and immobilized for a while, he confidently called out, open the inventory. After opening the inventory, Dawun took out a large number of blocks of dirt and loudly shouted, clear! Immediately after, a large number of high-level blocks fell on the gargoyle, which could have buried it alive. Lying on the ground with no way to avoid it, the gargoyle was covered with more and more blocks of dirt every second. When the rain of earth blocks covered the enemy, the centaur continued to hold the enemy so that he would not suddenly run away. But the enemy did not give up so easily either. Having fired so many blocks at the enemy, Dawun did not even intend to stop until he felt it was enough, and he loudly shouted, dirt blocks! Even though the gargoyle was covered by so many blocks, they were all made of earth, which could not harm it, as it had been proven in the previous encounter with it. So, after a few seconds, the monster emerged from the pile of blocks it was covered with. Seeing that attacks of this level did not work on the enemy, Dawun said in alarm, the compressed dirt is not enough, so I still have to... After saying this, Dawoon opened his inventory, in which he had a block of stones saved for emergencies.
That's a crew
As he
one,
began
too.
to quickly approach the enemy, who had not yet had time to finally free themselves from the rubble to retreat, Dawoon added, "Use them." After that, Dawoon
40
took
at
out a
4.
stone block from his inventory and drove it into the enemy's mouth to hold him down with weight, and also took out his hammer. As he approached the last stage of his plan, Dawoon tiredly spoke to his comrades who had helped him in the battle. You did a great job." Hearing their master's praise, the centaurs, who were still holding the gargoyle by its tail, responded with gratitude to Dawoon's words. In addition to them,
Taking it.
the words of gratitude also reached Pocky and the ostrich, who, although they did not take part in the fighting, would not have been able to do so without them. After thanking his comrades, Dawoon prepared to end the battle by swinging his hammer with all his might. The next moment, a blow was heard.
Galaxy map.
Dawoon gathered all his remaining strength
Displaying
and put it
star
into
map.
a single blow that struck the gargoyle's head and loudly shouted, "Stone Rift!" Immediately after that, the gargoyle ceased all its efforts to escape from the hands of the centaurs. They, in turn, realizing that there was no more resistance, let the monster go. Watching the battle, in which the sound of the final blow had just sounded, Pockway sat on the ostrich's head and watched with interest to see what would happen next. After that, everyone saw the gargoyle's arm rise up again in tense.
Launch.
But after a few seconds, it relaxed, and it became clear that the enemy was
Launch.
finished. Seeing the enemy's death
Be careful,
convulsions,
Captain.
Pocky was
You do not
amazed
have
to see
enough
Dawoon
credits to
defeat
read
such
by
a
your ship.
formidable opponent.
Should I
After
cancel
defeating the
launch
enemy,
sequence?
Dawoon was bombarded with system notifications. Stone Rift skill has been upgraded to level 2. Stone Rift skill has
Launch.
been upgraded to level 3. And finally, as he
Acknowledged.
walked over the scab of the enemy he had just defeated with his new skill,
Checking all
Dawoon received
systems.
one
Thank you.
last notification. Stone Rift skill has been upgraded to level 4.
Repairs,
Noticing
fuel,
the notification
weapons,
from
check.
the system, Dawoon realized that the enemy had
Pre-launch
been defeated,
diagnostic checks.
and looking up at his comrades, he smiled broadly and said happily, "We did it." At the same time, somewhere in
All
the
systems
dungeon,
prepared.
a rabbit was looking frightened at the one who suddenly decided to visit him after such a long period of his absence. Walking toward the rabbit on his 4 furry paws, the unknown guest sighed heavily and said in a disappointed voice, "Ah, Mr. Rabbit." Raising his gaze to his offending friend,
Ascending.
who had failed to
Retracting
correct his
modules.
mistake for a
Handing
long
you the
period of
comm.
time, Baboon spoke to him menacingly. "How are you?" Baboon is the named assistant of the second
Thank you.
stage of the dungeon crawl test. When the rabbit saw such a guest, he bowed his head and said guiltily, "Ah, you have come, Mr. Baboon."
Would you like me to clear the area
And he
and
thought
prepare for
angrily,
jump?
"What the hell
Yes.
is this bastard doing here?" In the dungeon, there is
Yes.
a ranked hierarchy among all the helpers of this game.
Afterburners.
The number of dungeons that an assistant can manage is the factor that determines its rank in the
Distancing
hierarchy.
now.
The rabbit had only one dungeon, but the baboon
Charging
had
FTL
2.
drive.
And so the baboon, who
Super
manages
Cruise
2
drive
dungeons, was
charging.
1 rank higher than
Exit.
the rabbit in the hierarchy, which gave him much more power over his friend. Moreover, his power was even greater because the baboon had a name that backed up his skills, unlike the rabbit, who was a nameless assistant. Nervously rubbing his paws in anxiety,
Engage
the
FSD.
rabbit said to his guest in confusion, "Why would such an influential assistant like you
travel
come to a
mode
miserable
engaging
dungeon like mine?" Hearing these words from his fellow worker, the baboon spoke angrily. Are you serious about your work?" Hearing such a question in such a formidable voice, the rabbit, breaking out in a cold sweat of fear, hesitated and answered,
Adjusting
"Yes,
for
I am
jump.
trying my best."
Traveling through
He
hyperspace.
thought nervously.
Like
This
Sling
baboon
Box
is so
Zomboid.
angry.
The system's
Continuing-
primary star is scoopable. Fuel reserves are at 89% of maximum.
Okay. Got respect.
All right then.
There are 38 bodies in this system. This federal system has moderate security in place. The nearest landable station is 471 light seconds away. Special services here include a black market. The primary economy is agricultural. There are 38 bodies in this system.
Yo. Thank you.
There are 38 bodies in this system.
Oh, that plant's pretty. Holy shit, that's pretty. Looks like it was lightly dipped in gold. Oh. Oh, we doing the whole planetary shit, huh? There we go, baby. Get on in there. Get on in there. Make it tight. Get it tight. Get it tight. At the 5, son. At the 4, son. Yeah. Get me in. Bring me in hot. Bring me in hot.
Why don't I look after the shields and landing modules?
Yes. Yes.
Complying.
Request docking.
Sending diverting power to requested systems.
Welcome to this federal station, Commander. Approved for access. Please land on pad 1-1.
Night vision.
Out shields,
Aye, Captain.
Thank you. Thank you, baby.
To slowly approach the rabbit, the baboon said thoughtfully, "Oh, no way, are you really sure about that?" Hearing this question from his colleague, the rabbit answered in confusion, "Yes, of course." Hearing this answer from the rabbit,
I'll be back, everybody.
Exclaimed in irritation, and yet, somehow...
Request complete.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Reputations. Give me reputations. That 100 grand don't mean shit. Oh, okay. I got both of them up. Hell. Internal report. Look at these mugs. Like, get 'em. Oh, that sucks. None of it's going back where I'm going. Military. Galaxy map. Galaxy map.
Displaying star map.
Metal Ridge. Icy on the second one. Ooh, that might be a good one. Rocky Icy. Shit. I will. Bernard Star, huh? So, let me find out this is owned by somebody specific. Investment. Refinery. Okay. Whoa. Move on. Launch.
Be careful, Captain. You do not have enough credits to rebuy your ship. Should I cancel the launch sequence?
No.
Fine.
Affirmative. Checking all systems. Repairs, fuel, weapons, check. Pre-launch diagnostic checks.
The number of participants who have passed to the next stage has doubled. How lazy does a dungeon master have to be to make something like that happen?
All systems ready to go.
Hearing this accusation, the rabbit thought in confusion, well, it was really too stupid to hope that they would not notice. After that, the rabbit replied in an embarrassed voice, smiling nervously, "Ha, I promise that I will try even harder now." And then he thought
Ascending at
resentfully,
30 meters.
well,
Retracting modules.
actually, I'm not
Handing you
playing
the
with
com.
toys here either. This only happened because the boss of my dungeon was killed. When the baboon heard the rabbit's ridiculous excuses, he looked into the rabbit's eyes and said irritably, "Listen to me carefully." Looking at the rabbit, who was confused
Would you
by
like
the
me to
whole
clear the
situation,
area and
the
prepare for
baboon
jump?
continued, "How many more of
Yes.
these lies do I have to hear from you?" At the same
Thrusters,
time,
full
in the
burn.
same dungeon where Dawoon
Transferring
had defeated
power
the
to
stone
engines.
gargoyle statue, a boy's
Super
thoughtful
Cruise
voice
drive
was heard.
engaging.
"I might use the stone bricks later, so let them stay in my inventory for now." After he logged into his skills to see exactly what level his abilities had risen to, Dawoon said in surprise,
Engage
"I wonder why the
FSD.
stone rift skill has risen to level 4.
Engaging
Could
drive.
it be because the gargoyle was a huge stone statue?" After pondering this question, Dawoon went to the gargoyle's corpse to get a better look at it. After removing all the blocks of dirt from it, Dawoon looked at its size and said in amazement,
Vectors.
"Yes, well, now it all makes sense. It's just
The
incredible."
system's primary star is scoopable.
Looking thoughtfully at the ruined gargoyle
Fuel
statue that
reserves
protected
are
the
at
entrance to the ruins,
95%
Dawoon said,
maximum.
"It would have been much better if the gargoyle had a golem core, but then it would be able to regenerate." Yes, then we would definitely have no chance of winning. After that, Dawoon took his hammer out of his inventory again
Verity
and walked
will
toward
comply.
the gargoyle, then began to smash it into small pieces, saying, "Okay, now I need to make sure of
Thank you.
something. A stone rift, huh? The 4th level is that steep?
This independent system.
Wow. Well, it's
at
really
low
a whole other
security
level.
Exercise
After smashing the
extreme
gargoyle
caution
into
here.
the middle,
The
Dawoon,
closest
tired
landable
from his work
station
and
is
frustrated, sat
62
down on the ground and
light
said in
seconds
frustration,
away.
"Still
Special
nothing.
services here
It's all for
include
nothing,
the black
isn't it?"
market.
At least
The
through this,
primary economy
I was
is
able to refine
refinery.
and raise my skill level. Accepting that there was definitely no core in the gargoyle, Dawoon stood back up again and shoved his hands into his pockets and said thoughtfully, "Rabbit once told
Thank
me
you.
that this is the world's end." Climbing the stairs that led directly into the middle of these ruins, the boy said thoughtfully, "I wonder what secrets this monument holds. I wonder if it is possible that there is another monument behind it." After that, without hesitation, Dawoon took a step forward and then another, heading to meet the adventures and secrets that these ruins held. Calling all of his golems to help him in case of need, Dawoon said, "Well, it's time to see what's inside," and went inside, surrounded by his golems. Once inside, Dawoon, who was riding an ostrich, noticed that one of his centaur golems was moving slowly for some reason and not keeping in formation. Then the boy shouted menacingly, "Number 3, stop falling behind the main group. Stay close to the others." Hearing this order, the golem began to follow the instructions. Turning his head back from the lagging centaur golem, Dawoon saw something that made
Request
him freeze
docking.
in his tracks in surprise. When he regained his senses, he said in astonishment, "What the
Request
hell is
docking.
this?"
Requesting docking bay.
With the green docking lights to your right, your landing pad will be to the left of you, at the front of the station.
Should I transfer power to the shields?
No.
Fine. Taking care of the landing modules, if that's all right with you.
Yes.
Deploying landing modules.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Confirmed contact. Commence power down. It's good to have you with us, Commander.
Thank you.
At the same time, somewhere else in the dungeon, the rabbit continued his discussion
Repairs,
with the baboon.
fuel,
Then the
weapons,
rabbit said
check.
in alarm, "Hey, is it a lie? What do you mean? Where else can you find a rabbit as honest as me?" Looking at the angry baboon, the rabbit just smiled.
Completed.
nervously. Then the baboon, baring his teeth, spoke menacingly. "I knew this would happen." Hearing these words from the baboon, the rabbit was confused. "Eh? Really?" Approaching the rabbit, the baboon made a big, scary grimace and added angrily, "The one who is missing! The one who ran away! I am talking about him!" Hearing these words from the baboon, the rabbit was frightened. "Oh my God! He found out? This is the worst thing that could have happened. He knows about the system error." As he walked forward, Dawoon used his cleansing skill over and over again to clear the path in front of him. Sitting on Dawoon's shoulders, Pocky looked around happily, enjoying the many delicious
let's see.
things around him. But the boy was not in a merry mood at that moment. He continued to clear the dungeon of everything he could and said in surprise, "Doesn't this place reboot? Purification?" Walking with his golems surrounding him for protection, Dawoon continued to move along the corridor, clearing it of debris, dirt, and cobwebs. When he saw the strange remains, he said in surprise, covering his face with his hand, "What are these bones? Purification, purification." Walking on, where with each step the bones on both sides of the corridor became more and more numerous, Dawoon said in amazement, "So many skeletons! Purification! I definitely need to be careful here. Refining." As soon as Dawoon mentioned caution, the memory was suddenly broken. one of his golems walking in front of him stepped on a pressure plate that was activated by the golem's mass. The next moment, when the plate moved to its lowest position, the trap activated and a pair of arrows flew out of the wall, hitting the golem directly in the head. Seeing what had just happened, Dawoon exclaimed in fright, "Whoa, what the hell?" Looking at the centaur's feet in front of him, Dawoon saw that there was a slab in the floor that was pressed down, and he said thoughtfully, "Oh right, traps? Sending the golem first was a good idea." Unable to hear what Dawoon had just said under his breath, the golem looked back, pausing thoughtfully as if to ask him what he had said. Seeing that he had caught several arrows in the head, Dawoon shouted in alarm, "Dude, don't scare me like that!" After saying this, Dawoon suddenly calmed down and went into thought. After a while, he said in his head, "But in any case, golems are not physically harmed." Realizing that he could do a very useful job by going ahead and activating all the traps, Dawoon happily told him, good job." After sending his golems forward to destroy the walls that contained the arrow traps, Dawoon, who was behind him, smiling slyly, added, "Destroying the walls can solve this problem." After a while, when the centaur golems had finished disarming all the traps and collected many arrows, Dawoon said in an embarrassed tone, "Good job, huh? Should we take a break for a while?" Deciding to take a break, Dawoon immediately got down from his ostrich and began to take out the arrows from his golems that they had collected from the traps while walking ahead. After he had removed almost all of the arrows and grabbed the last one sticking out of the centaur's belly, Dawoon said,
it's still marked.
"This is the last one, right?" Gripping the arrow tightly in his hands, Dawoon pulled it out with a final flourish, tensing his muscles. "Hop! I finally got all those arrows out of them." While the golems were rejoicing with Pocky over being free of the arrows, Dawoon, holding one of them in his hand, began to examine it closely. Looking at the texture of the wood and the feathers on the tail of the arrow, which looked quite old, as if it had been used for many times, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "The arrows look quite worn, but that's not all."
Be careful.
Then, walking over to the large piece of bread that had fallen on him, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "The hot oil should have been poured on us, but it has hardened." Then, walking over to Poke, who was sitting on a drawing, he added in surprise, "And these suspicious magic symbols don't activate either." Easily shattering the arrow in his hand by simply clenching his fist, Dawoon looked around the dungeon and said thoughtfully, "This place, how old is it?"
Fine.
Pausing in his journey to rest, the young man leaned against the wall, leaning on a column. While everyone else was resting before continuing the hike, Pakyu couldn't find a place to sit, circling around and around. After several dozen circles, Pakyu suddenly stopped, looking at one point as if he had sensed something. Noticing his pet's strange behavior, Dawoon said in surprise, "Is something wrong, Pocky?" Not paying attention to Dawoon's words, the pet rushed toward the wall. Seeing that he was moving quickly, Dawoon rushed after him to try to catch him and said in confusion, where did you go?" When Dawoon saw the direction in which his student was running, he exclaimed, "Wait, don't go that way.
Engage FSD.
When Dawoon saw where his pet ran, he spoke to his centaur golems in displeasure. "Hey guys, break down that wall over there." Hearing the order from their commander, the golems immediately obeyed. The next moment after receiving the order, the three centaurs, having gained momentum, crashed into the wall, breaking a large passage in it. When Dawoon saw what they had just done and how easily they were able to destroy the wall, he was confused. "I am very happy that they are on my side."
% of maximum.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Gathering information.
Full spectrum system scan.
11 bodies in
Affirmative,
this system.
Captain.
Exit.
This independent system has moderate security in place. There are no stations that your ship can land at in this system. The primary economy is refinery.
Okay. Combat mode.
Changing mode.
Full spectrum system scanner.
Okay, Captain.
What we got? How many? I don't even know how many we got here. I still gotta identify. Do I really have to look through it? I gotta go to node. Exit. Exit. Hit that. Combat mode.
I'll take it from here. Stand by.
Conflict zone. Bruh, if I don't turn my ass into that damn nav beacon, I better. Night vision.
Affirmative, Captain.
Analysis mode.
Switching mode.
There it is. I was like, that's not good. Fire Group Alpha. Combat mode.
Changing mode.
Engage FSD. Engage FSD. Okay, well shit. Oh, sorry. I'll do my damn self. Busted piece of fucking computer. Thank you.
You're welcome, Captain.
Thank you. It's the closest one to us. I'm gonna hit that one first. See what we got here. Planet like try to throw me.
Let's deploy this fighter. Fighter is online, ready for action.
Thank you.
Good to have you on the team, Commander.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
I hear you loud and clear. Moving to attack position.
It's been a while. Let's go.
We are being attacked.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target. Retracting armaments.
Resistance is fertile. No, wait, I might have that wrong.
Vatrov, 22,025 credits.
Where you at? Okay. Supposed to kill the Barancito dudes. Okay. Attack target.
We are being attacked. You received a bounty voucher of 37,000.
Nicely done, Commander.
Attack target.
Credits.
Thank God.
We'll need to be careful here, Commander. I'm picking up more than one enemy on my scanner.
Attack target. Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Point me at them, Commander. I'll do the rest.
Thank you.
If you've got a problem with me, just say it, Commander. I don't appreciate being shot at. Target is escaping, Commander. Move to intercept.
You received a bounty voucher of 22,025
Nothing else showing up on my scanner, Commander. All targets destroyed.
credits.
Analysis mode. Scan.
There are 11 bodies in this system.
don't need a... Do I... Ain't it?
Nice work, Commander. Keep it up.
There are 11 bodies in this system.
Nope. Recall fighter. Recall fighter.
Affirmative. Bringing the fighter in now, sir. All targets destroyed. We're in
Okay,
the clear,
bringing our
Commander.
fighters home. Recalling fighter. Opening hatch.
That's the last of them. All bogies destroyed. Nothing else showing up on my scanner, Commander. All targets destroyed. Systems confirmed. Docking was successful.
Turn this big ass boat around. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, powering up the SLF. Stand by, Commander. Ready and waiting, Commander.
Yup. Thank you.
Good to have you on the team, Commander.
Attack target.
Engage the target.
Copy. Enemy sighted. Moving to engage. We'll need to be careful here, Commander. I'm picking up more than one enemy on my scanner.
You are being shot at.
Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Captain.
My hull's taking a battering. Situation critical, Commander. Fighter is down. Stay focused. We can still do this. Okay, powering up the SLF. Stand by, Commander. Redirect your fire at the enemy, Commander. I'm not here for target practice. Fighter deployed. Awaiting your orders.
You received a bounty voucher of 27,025 credits.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Order confirmed. Engaging target.
Attack target.
Engage the target.
Point me up, Commander. I'll do the rest.
Get them shields out of here, buddy. Gotta go with those.
You received a bounty
Attack target.
voucher of 31.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
113.
Copy. Enemy sighted. Moving to engage.
Yeah, I could target a system, but
You received a bounty
attack
voucher
target.
33.
Engage the target.
335
Order confirmed. Engaging target.
Attack target.
cabin, Commander. I'll do the rest.
Don't run. Don't run.
You received a bounty voucher.
Attack target.
23.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Copy. Enemy sighted. Moving to engage.
Credits. You are under attack.
Hot second. Homeboy is trying to dip away. Come here, buddy. Got something for your bitch ass. Don't run. What, you didn't think I was gonna shoot at you?
You are under attack.
Yeah. I got so much fucking armor, you'll be shooting for days. Enjoy. Your ship's getting fucked up. Your ship's getting fucked up.
They're retreating. Great work, Commander. You really made a difference.
Target is escaping, Commander. Move to intercept.
Deploy limpet.
Redirect your fire at the enemy, Commander. I'm not here for target practice.
Attack target. Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Bro, you're gonna die. You're not getting away.
You received a bounty voucher of 32,732 credits.
Good call, fighter.
Bringing the fighter in immediately.
Fighter retrieval sequence initiated. Recalling crew. Opening hatch.
Ah, not bad. Come on in, girlie. Engage FSD.
Completed, Commander.
Frameshift drive engaged.
When the dust from the destruction of the wall finally settled, Dawoon saw something that struck him very much. The first thing he noticed was that Boo Poke had rushed into the gap and was already in the other room, pointing happily at something. Paying attention to what Pokyu was trying to show him, Dawoon saw a huge door with a strange pattern in front of him, and he said thoughtfully, "A huge door. Does it look like the boss's room? How did you even find it?" As Dawoon put his hand to the door to open it, he decided not to take any chances, but to use his strength immediately to avoid a surprise attack and said, "Judging from the appearance of this place, the boss seems to have already died of old age. But in any case, the strength of the horned man." He slowly opened the door to see through the crack to see what danger might be waiting for him. Then Dawoon added, "A boar." Opening the door fully and seeing the dragon skeleton standing on a pedestal in front of him, Dawoon said in astonishment, "Wow, is this really..." Seeing such a delicious thing in front of him, Pokyu could no longer restrain himself and was about to rush over to the giant, delicious skeleton to eat it. Seeing this behavior of his pet, Dawoon began to restrain him from doing something stupid, saying, "Hey, no, it is dangerous. He was definitely looking for bones, not doors." Grabbing Pocky's hand, who was still unable to calm down, Dawoon spoke in a commanding tone to his golems. "Since we haven't scouted this place yet, everyone enter." Holding back his pet, who was about to run toward the dragon skeleton, whose delicious scent he could smell even through the walls, Dawoon spoke to him.
Attack target.
"Calm down, Pokyu. We need to go slowly."
Motherfucker, I just got here.
Slowly approached the skeleton stand. He was almost in front of him, stopping at a distance of 1 meter. When the huge dragon's head was already
attack target,
Dawoon said in surprise, "It looks bigger and bigger with every step." Holding back his hungry pet, which had already succumbed to temptation and was reaching for the treat, Dawoon suddenly noticed something standing nearby and hummed thoughtfully. When he saw a strange rectangular structure with incomprehensible inscriptions, he said thoughtfully, "What is this? A tombstone?" Coming closer to it, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "There's something written here. I wonder what it means." He leaned over to the tombstone with a thoughtful expression and put his hand to his beard and began to examine the writing. A moment later, as soon as he leaned toward the ancient inscriptions, bright light began to shine from the tombstone. Abruptly jumping back from the sudden light that blinded him, Dawoon fell to the ground and began rubbing his eyes, exclaiming in concern, "Oh, my eyes!" Covering his eyes with his hand to examine what had just happened, Dawoon said in confusion, "Is this another trap of this dungeon?" However, something happened that he hadn't expected. A plaque suddenly appeared on the tombstone. When Dawoon saw it, he said in surprise, "What?" After that, the words appeared on the sign, saying, "Welcome qualified." When Dawoon saw this sign, he thought in astonishment.
I'll drive backwards if you want to chase me,
and then
stupid.
he said, "Are these words addressed to me?" As soon as he said this, the inscription on the sign changed again, and then it read, "Yes, I am talking to you." Along with the change in the words on the sign, they were also accompanied by someone's voice. Hearing it, the confused boy exclaimed in alarm, "Who is it? Where is this strange voice coming from?" Hearing Dawoon's question, the voice spoke again. "I am the guardian of this dragon temple, the temple you are in right now." Pulling out an iron spear and a hammer from his inventory in case he needed to defend himself, he said nervously, "A temple? A guardian? These bones, do they belong to the owner of this place?" Concentrating all his attention on the dragon skeleton on the pedestal, the temple guard spoke in a calm tone.
This idiot is running at me at full speed.
Artea is the dragon of life. He is currently
You're
hibernating.
stupid.
Hearing this,
you're gonna take all this.
The temple guard, guard suddenly
You're an
awaited
idiot.
their arrival, Dawoon
You're
said
just
in
getting
surprise,
closer too.
Hibernating? I don't think he's going to wake up. Hearing Dawoon's words, the temple guard said, "That's not true. For an immortal being, death is nothing more than a sleep."
Attack target.
His life force is on the verge of being exhausted by the last war.
Bro, I will sit in this shit and earn my money's worth.
Of course. Looking at the tombstone with the bright light radiating from it, Dawoon thought sadly, the guardian of this city, he just can't accept the fact that his master is long dead. Trying to hold back the tears that were welling up in his eyes, Dawoon thought sadly, "I'm sorry." Seeing the sad expression on his face, the temple guard, "Please, expression. He's not dead, really." Hearing this request from the guard, Dawoon said in embarrassment, "Oh, okay. Why are you so serious?" And he thought resentfully, what an irritating bastard he is. After that, the guard continued.
Yeah, I'm remembering how to drive now.
As long as this place exists,
Have a nice day.
serves to resurrect the dragon. Then Dawoon interrupted the guard and said in surprise, "Then why don't you
Attack
resurrect
target.
it?" The guard replied, "At the moment I cannot. Artea's life force is at its limit." Dawoon, holding back from
Attack
laughing
target.
out loud, said sarcastically, "Of course. And for that reason alone, no one will be able to resurrect him." To which the guard replied insultingly, "How rude. If you were not qualified, I would have sacrificed you." Hearing this explanation from the guard as to why he could still say such things with impunity, Dawoon was surprised to hear him say, "But what did I do to become a qualified?" Hearing Dawoon's question, the temple guard explained, "You have successfully completed all the tests to meet with the dragon Artea himself. That in itself is considered a qualification." Hearing about the trials that he had seemingly successfully completed, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Trials? When did I manage to pass them? I don't remember anything like that." When Dawoon did not understand what he meant, the temple guard said to him, "You don't remember. What did you do to get here?" Hearing this, Dawoon seemed to have an epiphany. Then he gasped in surprise, and then, remembering the fight with the gargoyle that met them at the entrance, Dawoon said awkwardly, "The dragon trial. That's what it was." The temple guard then spoke solemnly. "Using strength, wisdom, and courage, you have overcome many trials. I sincerely praise you for the work you have done. You who have completed all the trials with excellent results." Hearing this, Dawoon thought, "I wonder if he wants to give me something." As he thought about this, Dawoon heard the guard add a little later, "And in accordance with the highest word of Artea himself." Hearing these words, Dawoon lit up with anticipation, thinking happily, "Wow, am I about to receive something?" The temple guard then added solemnly, "According to the order, you will
Redirect your
inherit
fire
this
at the
whole
enemy,
temple."
Commander. I'm not here for
Hearing
target
this,
practice.
Dawoon exclaimed joyfully, "Hell yes, the temple!" But a little while later, when the effect wore off, Dawoon became confused, thinking about the reward, and said in surprise, "Wait a minute. Stop for a moment. What?" Dawoon then continued his question, saying thoughtfully, "What will I get in addition if I inherit this place? Any treasures or magical items?" Hearing such a strange question from Devon, the temple keeper said in surprise, "It is a good thing to own such a temple. It is an honorable and noble mission." Hearing this disappointing answer, Dawoon clutched his head and exclaimed in disappointment, "Is that all? No way." Disappointed in his rewards, Dawoon turned his back on the tombstone and was about to leave when he heard the guard's voice. "To be honest, it will be my time soon." Then Dawoon thought uncomfortably, "Well, now I'm definitely uncomfortable." The temple guard then added sadly, "Even though I am only a soul and I am trying my best not to think about death, my reprieve from death is already over." Hearing these words from the temple guard, Dawoon scratched the back of his head and sighed heavily. Then looking back at the tombstone, he said, "Well, to be honest,
I can't
don't
die.
have
Too
a
much
particularly
armor.
strong desire to stay here if the circumstances
Are you
so
really
dire.
trying to get away, buddy?
You might not be
I
able
don't
to
even
tell
feel like
by
changing my
appearance,
pips right
but
now.
I'm a very
You're gonna
busy
die.
person." But in fact, Davong had no important things to do. The only thing he was always doing was teasing the rabbit. Hearing the boy's answer, the guard added in surprise, "What attracts you more than such a noble status?" Hearing this question, Dawoon squared his shoulders and put his hands on his sides and said happily, "These are my friends." As soon as he said this, he suddenly froze, thinking about something. Is this my real goal? Then his hands dropped and he added sadly, "No, this is home." Hearing this answer, the guard...
Don't worry, they'll be getting out of here shortly.
Home? To which Dawoon added,
"Attack target."
"Yes, I want to go home more than anything else."
Eliminating the threat.
Lowering his head, Dawoon began to recall how he ended up here in the first place. Without knowing the rules, I went to this strange world, and every minute I was fighting for my survival. When my emotions threatened to flare up, my heart and mind, which barely restrained my sanity, start to tremble. Then he added confidently, "I'm definitely going to make it home, I swear." Hearing Davong's future intentions, the temple guard spoke to him. "If that's the case, then you should accept this temple." Hearing these words,
just running circles around me at this point.
"What? Why?" Then the guard added, "If you become the owner of the temple, you will have access to the dragon power." Hearing about the dragon power that could be inherited after taking ownership of a temple, Dawoon was surprised. "What is this?" Then the temple guardian said to him, "The power you will need to achieve your goal. It is also known as the setting of the gate." After agreeing to the temple guard's terms, Dawoon simply laid down on the floor of the room where the dragon skeleton was standing. Opening his status window, he saw name Jong Dawoon, title Lord of the
Some
Temple,
nice, good
health,
range.
strength percent.
With this idiot
Then
spinning
Dawoon
around.
said thoughtfully, "To be a temple master." Lying on the floor after receiving the title, Dawoon slowly began to collect his thoughts. Now as the owner of the temple. After lying on the floor for a while, Dawoon suddenly got up to find out what was bothering him the most, saying, "If that's the case, then you say I can return to Earth?" Hearing this question from the boy, the temple guard confidently answered, "The gate can take you to any place, even to another dimension, but, as always, there are buts in everything." Then the guard added, "The process of creating a gate requires a high concentration of life energy. The amount of energy directly depends on the distance between the worlds." After listening to the explanation, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Life energy? What is that?" Hearing this question
Got
from
you,
the boy,
stupid.
the temple guard began his story. According to the stories of the first owner of this place, Alfie, the life energy is accumulated by receiving sacrifices, which makes it possible to use the power of the dragon. The temple guard then added, "It doesn't matter if it's a sacrifice. We only need the life energy."
Engage the target.
Hearing this explanation, Dawoon looked at the stone pillar again and thoughtfully said in his mind, "Sacrifices. So this is not a tombstone, but an altar." Taking a piece of dried meat from his inventory,
Dude,
Dawoon
boogie
held it
that
out to
body
the altar
there.
and said, "Then, will this work?" Looking at the sacrifice, the guard said thoughtfully, "It's a piece of a dead animal. Don't you want to put it on the altar? Take a bite." After placing the piece of dried meat on the altar, Dawoon, hearing the swallow, suddenly jumped away from it as if scalded, exclaiming in fright, "Swallowed it?" When the temple guard received the offering, he said, "This is the hip of a horned boar, cooked in smoke and filled with energy, an excellent offering." When Dawoon heard this, he was surprised and said, "Are you the leader of Mukbang? Can you open the gate now?" Hearing Dawoon's question about opening the gate, the temple guard replied disappointedly, "Although this is a good sacrifice, one piece is not enough." After receiving this answer, Dawoon opened his inventory to take out more meat.
Attack target.
Said, "Is that so?"
Engage the target.
After taking out a large amount of meat from his inventory and placing it on the altar for sacrifice, he exclaimed, "What about this?" When the temple guard saw such a large amount of sacrifice, he said in amazement, "This is simply amazing. You can use the magic of the inventory. If you don't mind, may I study you?" After wrapping Dawoon in some strange, brightly colored thread, the temple guard said in amazement, "So this is it. Now I begin to understand." After the examination began, Dawoon saw that his status window had appeared in front of him without his will. He said in surprise, "Status window." Looking at his status window, which had strange characters in his name, and the word error at the end, the temple guard said, "You're supposed to be a victim." The guard then added, "Your status window is a sacrificial mark." Hearing such a strange message,
You received a bounty
Dawoon
voucher.
exclaimed in surprise.
Attack target.
As he continued to lie on the floor of the temple,
96
Dawoon looked at his status window and said in astonishment,
Attack target.
"It looks very simple.
Eliminating
There
the
is
threat.
no mention of a
I
sacrifice."
hear you loud and clear. Moving to attack
Thinking
position.
about it, Dawoon suddenly had a thought. If this really is a sacrificial mark, then does that mean that Song Woo-hyun and everyone else must also be sacrifices? As Dawoon thought about being a sacrifice, he said, "While I became the owner of the temple by
My
accepting
status?
its offer
Right.
to clean the
I'm
sacrificial
feeling good.
window, now I have the dragon power." Lying on the floor, Dawoon thought, "This is so cool," as he looked at his new skills, which were
Attack target.
trap creation, level 1, gate creation, level 1, and recovery, also level 1.
Attack target.
Raising his hand in the air,
Weapons free.
Dawoon called out to
Engage
his
the target.
minion, saying,
Point me at the
"Hey,
commander.
Alpha."
I'll do the rest.
Then a bright hoop appeared on his hand, which was the temple guard, changing its appearance and saying, "Yes, anything." Dawoon then asked him, "And if you use life force on a skill, it will improve, right?" Hearing this question,
Clear,
Alpha
Commander.
replied,
Target's down.
"Yes, that's right." Then Dawoon,
Well, that was
with a
quick.
serious attitude, thought, "In the dungeon or in the temple?" Continuing his thoughts about the future, the boy added, "Life, or perhaps death, the beginning or the end. I have used all my abilities."
Recall fighter.
Yes, Commander. Docking fighter immediately.
Crew to fighter bay. Crew to fighter bay. Opening hatch.
I got 29 to go. Okay. What time? Was it? We've been streaming for 3 hours. Let me check. I got a whole day to do this, right?
Fighter on board. Finalizing retrieval process.
Oh yeah, I gotta get this done before I go night-night. Trust that. I'll be back. 1 second. back. Thank you. Thank you for waiting, everybody. That's of importance. Check my ammunition real quick, shit. FSDs from Revenation. Wow, I can refill my life support. That's cool to know. Premium ammo. More multi-can.
Ammo created.
Alright. Let's go ahead and flip a bird. Pulse. Pulse repeater, pulse repeater.
Copy, Commander. Initiating telepresence now. We'll need to be careful here, Commander. I'm picking up word.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
Fighter is ready. Just tell me what to do.
Attack target. Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Order confirmed. Engaging target.
I wasn't even paying attention. Bro, you about to get shot up. Bring your goofy ass over here. Boy, you getting fucked up, son. Somebody ran into me for real. This idiot literally was gonna try to compete with this gun. Thank you.
You're welcome.
173.
Attack target.
We are being attacked.
Deploy shield limpet. Damn. I don't know what the fuck is the name of it? Deploy shield bank. Shield bank. Deploy shield bank. Shield bank. Shield cell.
Activating shield cell.
While I'm on your ass.
You are under attack. Bounty voucher.
You got him. Well done, Commander.
22,025 credits.
Attack target.
Engage the target.
Copy. Enemy sighted. Moving to engage.
Received a bounty voucher of 23,080.
Attack targets.
You are under attack. You received a bounty voucher of 38,000.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
I hear you loud and clear. Moving to attack position.
Bro, you are not surviving this. You got a lot of problems right now.
Fire at the enemy, Commander. I'm not here for target practice.
You received a bounty voucher.
Target. Attack target.
187.
Attack target.
Engage the target.
Copy. Enemy sighted. Moving to engage.
Attack target. Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Point me up, Commander. I'll do the rest.
You received a bounty voucher of 26.
Attack target.
And 7 credits.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Order confirmed. Engaging target.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
I hear you loud and clear. Moving to attack position.
You ain't getting away, but hopefully you ain't getting away.
Wanna play Slot My Sidewinder?
No, you don't get to keep none of that, buddy. Buddy, I'm gonna slowly catch up to you.
Redirect your fire at the enemy, Commander. I'm not here for target practice.
You received a bounty voucher of 31,659 credits.
Recall fighter.
Affirmative. Bringing the fighter in now, sir.
Crew to fighter bay.
Only 2 more to
Return to the
go.
landing bay. Opening hatch.
Systems confirmed. Docking was successful.
My cat is crazy.
what to do.
Thank you.
We'll need to be careful here.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
Yep. Attack target. Attack target.
Engage the target.
Copy. Enemy sighted. Moving to engage.
Don't want to aggro.
Target is escaping, Commander. Move to intercept.
You received a bounty voucher.
Attack target.
27.
You're on a roll, Commander.
Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Order confirmed. Engaging target.
You received a bounty voucher of 22.
Attack target.
732 credits.
Nice work, Commander. Keep it up.
Just hold that there and let your stupid ass get killed.
We are being attacked.
This
You
dude.
received a bounty voucher of 24,967 credits.
Attack target. Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
I hear you loud and clear. Moving to attack position.
my ship, you get blasted.
23,080
Victory is close. I can feel it. Keep up the pressure.
Attack target.
I need to take evasive action
Attack
while my
target.
shields reboot, Commander.
Attack target. Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Order confirmed. Engaging target.
We are being attacked.
Enemy has opened up. My ship is hit. Need assistance immediately. We lost the fighter. It took too much damage, sir. Wilco, Commander. Let's deploy the fighter. If you've got a problem with me, just say it, Commander. I don't appreciate being shot at.
Shield cell. Shield cell.
Activating shield cell.
Heat sink. Heat sink. Deploy heat sink.
Deploying heatsink.
Shield cell.
Activating shield cell.
Retracting all weapons.
Heat sink.
A fighter has been rebuilt.
Shield cell.
Activating shield cell.
Shield cell.
Certainly.
Enemy has opened up. My ship is hit. Need assistance immediately.
Heat sink.
Hull breach on the fighter.
You're falling back. Great job,
We are
Commander.
being attacked.
Okay, powering up the SLF. Stand by, Commander. Redirect your fire at the enemy, Commander. I'm not here for target practice. Fighter is online. Ready for action.
You received a bounty voucher
Nicely done, Commander.
56,303 credits.
Recall fighter.
Affirmative. Bringing the fighter in now, sir.
Is it over already? Recalling fighters. Fighter recalled. Opening hatch.
Oh, I got plenty of them. Holy crap. I forgot I had those. Oh my god, I can just sit here and fight for hours.
A fighter has been rebuilt.
System confirmed. Docking was successful.
17. Thank you. 1 second.
Are you all right?
All right, I'm just making some food. 1 second. Alright, guys. Play for another like hour and a half. I want to get this done with. Thank you.
Ammo created.
When it gets there. I'm trying to eat some of this. All right. Let's go. Damn, I got there fast.
Wilco, Commander. Let's deploy this fighter. Ready and waiting, Commander.
Nom nom noodles.
Wilco, engagement ceased, Commander.
Looking at the dragon skeleton in front of him, Dawoon said, "All right, then I have decided what I will do next. Sacrifice. You will eat until your stomach is bursting." Hearing this, Alpha said anxiously, "Can I ask you a favor?" Then Dawoon replied in surprise, What favor?" Then Alpha added, "The body of the great Artea." After that, Alpha added angrily, "Get that damn thing away from the bones of the great Artea." Looking at the skeleton that was gnawing on Poke, Dawoon thought in embarrassment. When did he manage to climb up there? At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon world, the rabbit and the baboon were still talking. When the rabbit heard the bad news from the baboon, he exclaimed in fright, "Well, what? I've been demoted?" Adjusting his top hat on his head, the baboon said slyly, "Since you lost the dungeon members, who were supposed to be victims, you are removed from the position of guide. Hearing this, the rabbit asked in fright, "This cannot be true. Is the decision final?" The baboon replied by pointing his finger at the rabbit. "Yes. Do you know why I came here personally? It's to take away all your privileges." With his head down in fear, the rabbit thought angrily, "Dirty bastard! You think I don't know what your real intentions are? You've been following me for so long, and now you've found a good reason." The baboon looked at the rabbit with a fearsome glare and shouted loudly, "This is my zone now! Get out of here!" Hearing such a cruel order, the rabbit was frightened. "But this is my home. Where should I go?" Then the baboon, pointing at the rabbit with his finger, said menacingly, "You reap what you eat, don't you think?" The rabbit replied in confusion, "What do you mean?" Then the baboon added menacingly, "You will be assigned to the same participant who left this stage. Bring him to me." Hearing this order, the rabbit replied in confusion, "But how am I supposed to do that? I don't even know where he is now." Being very angry because of the rabbit's lack of knowledge, the baboon dug his nails into the ground to relieve his tension and release his
They ain't gonna
anger,
let me finish
and
eating.
said menacingly, "The way you usually solve problems. Use magic." Coming up to the rabbit at point-blank range and poking his nose into it, the baboon added angrily, "This is the final decision that has been predestined for you. Your last mission." Hearing
Attack
this, the
target.
rabbit thought angrily, "My last
Engage the
mission? The damned
Copy.
bastard.
Enemy
He not only wants to suspend me, he wants to kill me." Meanwhile, in the temple, Dawoon, picking up Poke from the bones and standing in front of the altar, said, "Alpha, let's get one more thing straight before I go." He replied with interest, "Yes, what do you want?" Looking at the bright ring on his hand, Dawoon said, "You do realize that I want to go home, right?" To which Alpha replied, "Yes, I am aware of that." Hearing that Alpha understood all this, Dawoon was surprised. "And you are going to let me go without hindrance?" He replied, "I'm not sure, but it should be fine if you find another person to give the temple to." Hearing this suggestion from the Alpha, Dawoon pointed to the exit and asked, "Then, can I go in search of him now? I have no one to ask here." After saying this, Dawoon suddenly thought, "That's just a great reason. As long as I want to go home, I can't leave my brother Sung Woo-hyun behind. And I'm curious about what lies beyond the ridge of Death Mountain." The next day, somewhere on the ridge of Death Mountain, Rabbit, who had been suspended and sent to find Dawan, was wandering through the desert. Angry that he could not find him for a long time, the rabbit aggressively exclaimed, "How far has he gone? Where could he be hiding? Oh, and what is this?" When he reached the ledge on the mountain, the rabbit saw the observation posts Dawoon had built one after another as he moved to the new location. Then, the rabbit said in amazement, "Anyone could have guessed where he was going. He leaves traces everywhere." Dawoon then poured a large amount of dried meat on the altar. A little while later, a bright light began to shine from the altar. After that, Dawoon simply watched as the altar absorbed the pile of meat to replenish its vitality. When he saw that it had eaten everything, Dawoon asked, "Is it possible to obtain life force with so many sacrifices?" Alpha replied, "Yes, it is indeed possible." Hearing this, Dawoon said, "So the dragon power has given me 3 different skills. One of them is very important." Sitting down on the ground, Dawoon decided to use one of his skills, namely, opening the gate. Putting his hands on the ground and activating the skill, a portal appeared in front of him. Looking at the portal that he had created with his life force, Dawoon took a thoughtful pose and said, "So it really is them, but I wonder where they are going." Hearing Dawoon's thoughts, Alpha spoke to him, explaining the gate's operation. In this state, they do not lead anywhere. To teleport, you need to create another gate. Hearing this explanation, Dawoon said in disappointment, "What? Wait a minute. Are you saying that I have to create another gate like this one in front of my house? Then what is the point of this gate?" Hearing Dawoon's question, Alpha told him, "You see, it's all about skill limitations. But when you can reach the level of a master to create a gate," pointing to the gate in front of Devon, the temple guard added, "That's when you'll be able to go anywhere." Then Alpha added,
"Die,
if
fucker."
you continue to produce the same amount of
You're done.
resources, you will reach this level in 20 years. Irritated, Dawoon
received
thought,
a bounty
am I a
voucher.
joke to you?
Attack target.
Dawoon decided not to focus on improving his skills and said, fine. I'll try the rest of the skills, create a gate. As Dawoon created another gate next to it, Alpha informed him that the gates were now connected. Hearing this, Dawoon said in astonishment, wow, so this is how it works? Alpha then explained to Dawoon, if you enter through one gate, you will exit through the other. Hearing this, Dawoon rushed to the gate, exclaiming, really? I must try it. After running into one gate, Dawoon immediately ran out of the other, exclaiming, wow, cool. However, Pakyu remained in front of the first gate, falling off Dawoon on whom he was sitting because the gate would not let him in. Pakyu, trying to pass through the gate, pushed it with all his might, hoping that he would succeed, but he never did. Seeing that his pet remained at the entrance, Dawoon asked in surprise, huh? Why can't Pakyu go through the portal? Then Alpha answered, other beings cannot use the portal until its owner gives permission. Then Dawoon added, really? Then I will allow Poke to use the portals. As he watched Pocky have fun jumping through the portals, Dawoon thought with doubt, maybe this wasn't my best idea. Asking about his other comrades, Dawoon asked, oh, does it work with golems as well? Alpha replied, it requires a little more magic, but it will work with them. When Dawoon heard that he could also move golems through the portal, he said, so cool. So I can summon golems at any time? Alpha replied, you will be able to summon golems, but wouldn't it be better to use the portal when you are in danger? To which Dawoon replied, well, that's not a bad idea either. Standing to his feet and stretching, Dawoon said, all my muscles are stiff. I'm coming out of Alpha, it's too stuffy here. After leaving the temple he had been in, Dawoon stretched his arms upward and said with relief, it's so fresh here. Looking ahead of him, Dawoon said thoughtfully, but there must be something beyond the ridge, right? I've been curious from the moment I heard about it. Running to the edge of the mountain, Dawoon said happily,
attack target.
Yes, I must take a look. As he approached the cliff, his sentence was abruptly cut short, and he looked ahead of him. When he saw what he was on the edge of the mountain of death, he exclaimed, wow. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Dawoon said in astonishment, a sea of clouds. Then Alpha asked, isn't it beautiful? To which Dawoon replied, well, yes, it's pretty cool. Looking at his hand, Dawoon asked the temple guard,
oh, this idiot.
Alpha, do you happen to know what is under the clouds? The guard replied, I'm not sure. I'm not interested in anything outside the temple. Then Dawoon added sadly, oh, I see. With a sly smile, Dawoon said joyfully, ordinary people would be surprised by what has happened in recent days, but I am different. This isn't the first time I've encountered something like this. To which Alpha added, no one asked you. Gathering his courage and confidence, Dawoon loudly exclaimed, we need to move forward where the eyes are. We need to create an observatory. As soon as he said this, a huge tower of earth and blocks of dirt immediately grew up below it. Standing at the top, Dawoon exclaimed happily, oh, this is a whole new thing. Looking at his mini-map, Dawoon said thoughtfully, excellent. Now the entire area is shown on my mini-map. Looking more closely at the colors on his mini-map, Dawoon said thoughtfully, the gray color is for mountainous terrain, brown for dirt, and green for trees. So we are surrounded by trees. Nao Alpha replied, it seems so. After familiarizing himself with the terrain, Dawoon spoke calmly. I was worried that this was the end of the world. But it looks like there are plains all around us. Thank heavens. Hearing this, Alpha said in surprise, are you really thinking of going down the mountain? After saying this, Alpha added, I don't want to lose the owner of the temple. To which Dawoon replied, have we come this far in vain? It's like giving up a fine knife, not finishing what you started. Then the Alpha continued, then use that knife, but don't risk your life. To which Dawoon said, you are so nasty. Seeing that Dawoon was serious, the Alpha asked him, in any case, do you want to come down from the mountain? Hearing this, Dawoon replied, you told me to take care of myself, didn't you? Then wait, I'll think about it. After standing in a thoughtful pose for a while, Dawoon finally found a solution, and he called up his inventory to get a hammer. After taking out the
Shield cell.
steel pit, Dawoon asked, "Is this enough?" Alpha said in confusion.
Shield cell.
I'm onto it.
Heat sink. Heat sink. Shield cell.
Okay, here you go.
You received a bounty
Heat sink.
voucher of 45,836.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Copy. Enemy sighted. Moving to engage.
Yeah, the bottom have to hit.
Your efficiency could be increased a great deal if you employ additional AIs on the bridge. We have to make up for your lack of intelligence somehow.
Come on, let me in range. When I hit 9, 3, 2, 1.
You received a bounty voucher of 32,025 credits.
Fusion. What are you going to do? Looking down at his feet, Dawoon said happily, "Well, I've been thinking about it for a while and I've decided. I'm going to build a staircase." Watching Dawoon pounding his hammer on the iron pizza, Alpha said thoughtfully, "I wonder how he plans to build a staircase on this terrain." After knocking out a square on the rock, which was like a blueprint for him, Dawoon said, "My rock-breaking skill is now at the 4th level. I can now control the depth and direction of the destruction." Hearing these words from Dawoon, Alpha said in surprise. But this doesn't look like a ladder. Hearing this, Dawoon replied joyfully.
Attack target.
Putting his hand to the drawing board he had left on the rock, Dawoon prepared for the first stage of his plan. Then he shouted out, "Storage!" As soon as he said that, a stone the size of a perfect cube disappeared right from under his hand. Looking into his inventory, Dawoon saw the stone brick he had just obtained and exclaimed joyfully, "Well, now this is definitely a success." Seeing what Dawoon had just done, Alpha said in amazement, "It is indeed possible to descend the mountain with a ladder." Hearing this, Dawoon added happily, "I know, but it might take some time to build them, and in the process, I will improve my skill." Grabbing his working tools, which he would use to build the building, Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, "Well, let's get to work. Let's go." Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the dungeon, a group of players was walking along a path. Looking around and not recognizing the area, the girl said in confusion, "Where are we now?" Hearing this, the guy with the glasses also began to look around anxiously. Not realizing that she might be in danger, the girl, feeling unprotected, thought anxiously,
"Attack target."
Approaching the girl from behind, Sung Woo Han asked her, "You have recovered, right?" The girl looked at her team leader in alarm and replied,
"Ooh, attack target."
Looking at the worried girl,
attack
who was
target,
also a member of his team, Sung Woo Han tried to calm her down.
Attack
and said,
target.
"To be honest, it's only natural to be afraid of unknown enemies." Then, recalling the fight with the golem, which they were able to defeat thanks to teamwork, Song Woo Hyun added, "But I believe in our team. We have come this far." Also recalling how they confronted a large number of horned boars,
Recall.
which they were also able to
Recall
defeat.
fighter.
Song Woo Hyun continued, "We have also become much
Recall
stronger."
fighter.
Picking up his sword and gripping it tightly in his hand,
Recall
he added,
fighter.
"We need to work a little harder." With his master-level skill, restless martial spirit, which helped him to keep his mind
Fighter
clear
retrieval
and lose
sequence
strength very
initiated.
slowly
We're
when
taking
injured.
heat damage.
Deploy heat
So,
sink.
no matter where we go, we have
Opening
to
hatch.
Hearing such words from their team leader, all of his subordinates
Deploy
listened
heat
with
sink.
absolute trust. Sung Woo Hyun's voice was soft, though it was filled with unwavering faith. And with that confident voice, which
Cargo
gave them
hatch is
inspiration, faith in victory, and hope that they could still get out of here, he helped to calm the frayed minds of his comrades. Catching up with Song Woo Hyun, the girl in charge of the provision spoke to the leader. "Mr. Sunwoo, perhaps we should plant underground potatoes." He replied, "Sure, why not?" After finishing his dialogue with the girl, Sun Woo Hyun suddenly turned his head to look around the area as well, and to look again at what had been bothering him. Looking at the mountain of death, which was covered in clouds, Song Woo Hyun said thoughtfully, "This mountain looks painfully familiar. Where have I seen it before?" As he stepped forward, a system notification sign suddenly appeared in front of Song Woo Hyun saying, "Welcome to the 4th stage of the dungeon game." And at the same time, somewhere on the mountain of death on which Dawoon was standing, exhausted from his work, Dawoon wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, and looking up at the mountain, he said heavily, I need to take a break." Looking at the amount of work he had done, Dawoon sighed heavily and said, "This is completely different from anything I've done before, even digging. This is so exciting."
Okay, powering up.
Imagining how much time and
Standby,
effort
Commander.
it would take to climb the mountain, Dawoon said wearily, "I think I'm
Ready
making
and waiting,
progress. But the endless descent and ascent will take a lot of time and energy." Having chosen a place for himself and started to chisel a hole in the wall, Dawoon, once again starting to work, said, "Then I will do it right here." Seeing Dawoon digging into the wall, Alpha asked in surprise, "Are you hollowing out a new passage?" Hearing this strange question, Dawoon,
Thank you,
who had made a frame for the gate and created a portal in it, said with satisfaction, "A new passage? I want to create a gate here." Seeing how pleased Dawoon was with his work, Alpha said in amazement, "That's a great idea. What a wise move." After creating the portal, Dawoon suddenly realized that there was something he hadn't thought of, and he exclaimed in fright, "Wait, but my life energy, I have nowhere to put my sacrifices." Hearing the embarrassment in the boy's voice, Alpha hastened to reassure him, saying, Don't worry about that. Your body is directly connected to the temple. You can make sacrifices at any time. Hearing this, Dawoon said in surprise,
Welcome aboard, Commander.
Really? Then Alpha continued, explaining how it works.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage
All you
the
have
target.
to do is eat them. When you're 100% full, all the food you eat will be considered a donation. Hearing this, Dawoon shoved a piece of meat into his mouth and said in surprise, Really? Is it that simple? And all I have to do is eat? Chewing on the dried meat, Dawoon laid down on the platform that had been created in front of the portal and said happily, Tisk, now we just have to eat. I like this system. Then Alpha added, Obviously you enjoyed starting with... Interrupting the temple guard's sentence, Dawoon stretched his hand forward and said happily, You're absolutely right, creating a gate. Meanwhile, the rabbit, who had been following the trail of towers that Dawoon had built along the way, was no longer able to climb any further and fell to his knees to rest for a while. His face was full of tears that he could not control and his stomach was empty. Looking at the ground, the rabbit said sadly, I'm so hungry. Raising his head a little higher and seeing how much further he had to go and even beyond the horizon, he added sadly, It's so far and so high. Suddenly rising from a sudden fit of rage, the rabbit jumped up and exclaimed in irritation, Hiking is just disgusting. After that, he opened his status window, which read, Name, no, position, demoted guide, health, satiety. Seeing this, the rabbit said sadly, It is so cold, I am hungry. I am tired. When was the last time I received a salary? Yes, speaking of the rabbit's salary, his salary was the right to kill that was given out at the beginning of each game. The life energy that was gained through the right to kill was transferred to the guide.
Attack target.
Coughing from hunger and fatigue,
Weapons
the
free.
rabbit sighed
Engage
heavily
the
and said angrily, Anyway, it's all the fault of that mistake. As the rabbit continued to walk toward the observation towers, following Davon, he suddenly came across a rat that for some reason looked in his direction and froze in place. After a few seconds, the rat began to growl fiercely at the rabbit, as if trying to intimidate it into staying away from their territory. Seeing the rat growling at it, the rabbit was frightened. What? How is this possible? Can it really see me? But the next moment, the rat and its pack ran off in the same direction, ignoring the rabbit. Then the rabbit thought in alarm, I was scared. For a second, I thought it saw me. As the rabbit went on to find Dawoon, he lowered his head and walked on, thinking tiredly. This can be tolerated for now, but if I lose a little more strength, I may become food for it. After some more time on his journey, the rabbit's health dropped to 20%, and later to 19%. As soon as the health mark dropped below 20, the rabbit suddenly fell to the ground. After he recovered from the fall and tried to get up, the rabbit said in surprise, Oh shit, what? Have I lost my ability to fly? But that was not the worst thing he realized.
Got a problem with me, just say it,
When the
Commander.
rabbit
I
fell
don't
to the
appreciate
ground,
being shot
the
at.
rats came up to him and began to examine him closely. As soon as he raised his head to a sufficient height, he saw with his peripheral vision that monsters had gathered around
Attack
him.
target.
It was then that he realized that
Eliminating the
now he
threat.
could... Turning his head to the
Commander.
left, the
I'll
rabbit
direct.
saw that many monsters had arrived, and they were all attacking him in a crowd to eat him. It finally became clear to him that he could lose more than just his ability. Seeing the danger that suddenly found him due to an unexpected situation, the rabbit got to his feet and began to run away from the monsters, forgetting about fatigue and hunger. Jumping for long distances since he could no longer fly, the rabbit, running away from a pack of rats that could now see him, shouted in confusion, Get off! Get off me! Running as far as the eye could see, just to get away from his pursuers, the rabbit thought frighteningly, I urgently need to hide, and preferably in a place where they can't find me.
You received a bounty
Seeing the
voucher.
observation tower
64
Dawoon was building, the rabbit said encouragingly, There, it should be safe there. I can hide from the monsters in the tower. Jumping as fast as he could, the rabbit finally reached the tower and jumped inside
Attack
to
target.
hide from the monsters. Once inside, the escape was not yet complete, because the enemies were still on his tail, and there was no way to
Attack
close
target.
the door. Having decided
Engage
to
the
climb the
target.
stairs, the rabbit
I
looked
hear you
up
loud
to
and clear.
estimate how far it
Moving
would
to
take
attack
to get
position.
As the rats were almost upon him, the rabbit exclaimed in fright, Damn, I don't care anymore. Jumping over several steps at once to get away from the crowd of monsters, the rabbit exclaimed angrily, "Why did he build them so high?" After running up almost all the stairs, the rabbit almost reached the door leading to the roof of the tower and exclaimed in anger, "Those damned ill-mannered rats!" Jumping to the roof with all his might, the rabbit failed to land successfully and simply fell face down. After that, holding his cylinder and rising sharply from the floor to take a fighting stance, the rabbit heard the stomping of feet, which signaled the approach of enemies. As soon as he jumped to move a little further away, the enemies were there, jumping out of the doorframe. Seeing that the rats were already flying at him, the rabbit said in confusion, "Perhaps you think that I look very weak and defenseless." But it was not at all like that at first glance. Taking out his umbrella, which he always carried with him, with a knife at the tip, the rabbit was able to deal with the first batch of enemies who attacked him. Having dealt with several dozen rats, the rabbit exclaimed angrily, "But I was a first-class guide, so don't underestimate me." After that, the rabbit fought with dignity and repelled the monster's attacks. His main plan was to bring the terrible rats to the roof of the observatory, and then defeat them one by one as soon as they appeared in the narrow passage. Continuing to chop the rats, the rabbit, thanks to his incredibly well-thought-out strategy, was able to gain an advantage even in such a difficult situation. Also, continuing to repel the enemy's attacks, the rabbit was able to defeat the monster rats with his fighting skills, despite the loss of his guide abilities. Having spent a lot of energy fighting, the rabbit, waiting for the next batch of enemies, breathing heavily in between fights, thought, damn, am I going to die here fighting with these miserable creatures? Having lost a lot of strength in confronting the enemy, the rabbit could no longer fight. And just at that moment, a new batch of enemies arrived, eager to eat his meat. Seeing that the monsters had arrived again, the rabbit spoke in a tired voice without looking up. "You guys must be as hungry as I am, and even I don't have the strength to fight anymore." Not listening to the rabbit, the rats pounced on it again, finally catching and tearing their prey. Seeing that they were getting close, the rabbit spoke one last time, not wanting to give up. "I see. You're really that hungry, aren't you? All right, you bastards." After these words, seeing that they were about to capture it, the rabbit jumped off the roof to avoid falling into the clutches of the hungry enemy. Having set off on a free flight, the rabbit continued to adhere to his image, holding his cylinder. In order to catch up with the rabbit, a couple of rats even jumped after it. Not giving in to the enemy in any way, the rabbit, looking at the rats sitting on the roof, happily exclaimed, "Eat this! Ha!" And he made an obscene gesture to them. Trying to come to terms with his fate and convince himself that he had made the right choice, the rabbit fell down and thought, well, it's better than being eaten alive. Remembering his colleague, thanks to whom he found himself in this situation, the rabbit thought before he died, "Baboon, that son of a bitch, I curse you." Letting go of his cylinder and flying down the rock, the rabbit closed his eyes and added, "That idiot, I will blame you for my death." But he suddenly felt that someone had caught him, and he did not crash to the ground but would continue to live. Looking at the rabbit that landed in his hands, Dawoon said in surprise, "I came to see why there were so many rats gathered here, but why did you fall from there?" Opening his eyes and breathing heavily from the stress he had experienced, the rabbit said in his head, "Okay, I take it back." After that, he could only think, "What I just said." But after that, the rabbit lost consciousness from exhaustion and hunger. When he came to, but before he opened his eyes, he smelled a strange odor that attracted him. Then he thought,
"Attack target.
What is this? Smell? This is an otherworldly smell. Just what?" After that, the rabbit suddenly got up from the ground, wanting to find out what exactly smells so delicious. And the rabbit woke up in the dragon temple next to the fried potatoes. In the same room where Dawoon had decided to take a break and where Pocky had run away from him. Looking around, the rabbit saw that there was a bowl of fried potatoes next to him, from which came the wonderful aroma that made him wake up from his tired sleep. The rabbit's eyes were filled with health and satiety, and he said excitedly, what a wonderful flavor. Can I eat this? It smells so good." Just as the rabbit was about to lick the potato to taste it, he heard someone's voice take the potato right out from under his nose and say, Hey, don't touch that." Dawoon looked at the rabbit with a condemning look and said to him, "Who are you to lick the roast potatoes I have carefully prepared?" Seeing Dawoon in front of him, the rabbit thought angrily, "What a damn mistake." As soon as he thought this, he realized that the time when he thought he had been saved by Dawoon was not a dream, but a reality. But feeling that his limit was near, the rabbit thought in fright, "Dear God, I don't care, this doesn't make sense." As he began to bow at Dawoon's feet, the rabbit said humbly, "Please give me one more spoon." When the boy saw this unusual behavior, he was surprised. "What is wrong with you?" After that, looking at the rabbit with a thoughtful gaze, Dawoon could only see him bowing and saying, "Please, I am so hungry, just one bite." Listening to the rabbit's entreaties as it knelt at his feet, Dawoon said in surprise, "You want a piece?" The rabbit, which had been begging Dawoon for food, raised its head in surprise when it heard this question and said, "Huh? Yes, I do. Hearing these words from the rabbit, who was willing to do almost anything, Dawoon pointed to himself and smiled happily. "Then, be my successor then." Hearing such a strange request from the boy who was now deciding his fate, the rabbit looked at him with square eyes and said in surprise, "What? To be your successor?"
Attack target.
Holding the potatoes in his hands,
Attack target.
Dawoon spoke thoughtfully to the rabbit,
Eliminating
explaining
the
the
threat.
situation.
Order confirmed.
"Somehow I became
Engaging
the
target.
master of this temple.
Target is escaping,
And since you
Commander.
have experience in
27.
managing, wouldn't it be better to have an experienced successor? So, what do you think of this proposal? Will you eat?" Holding out the fried potatoes to the rabbit, Woon said to him thoughtfully, Wait. Do rabbits even eat potatoes? Are you sure you can eat this?" Quickly snatching the food out of Dawoon's hands before he could
Attack
take
target.
it away again and start asking his
Weapons
ridiculous
free.
questions.
Engage the target.
The rabbit said angrily,
Enemy sighted.
"We're not eating it!" Enjoying the sight of the potatoes he could finally eat, which were so precious to him, the rabbit added, "And we don't eat it because we don't have any." Eating the potatoes sparingly,
Return target.
the rabbit said happily, "It is
Return.
very tasty.
Recall
but
fighter.
the more I eat it, the less it becomes." Hearing these words, Dawoon
Recall
was
fighter.
surprised and said, "Is it really delicious?
Commander.
I didn't even season it with anything." When the
Okay,
rabbit had
bringing
eaten
our
and
fighters
regained
home.
his strength,
Retreat
he
to
burped
fight
out
away
a
at
delicious
once.
burp and said,
Opening
"My
hatch.
goodness, I am finally full, and I feel alive." When Dawoon heard this, he was surprised. "I used potatoes that were grown inside the dungeon. Won't you have any problems with that?" The rabbit calmly replied, "I've been demoted, so who cares about the damn rules?" Hearing that the rabbit could not care less about the rules, Dawoon asked, "You were demoted? Why did you get demoted all of a sudden?" Hearing Dawoon's question, the rabbit stood up sharply on his feet and began to tell him very emotionally what had happened to him and what he had gone through, spitting out words. Hearing everything the rabbit told him, Dawoon suddenly became thoughtful and thought, "The position of the first-degree guide is now occupied by someone else. It seems that this baboon is determined to kill the rabbit." After thinking about it, Dawoon asked the rabbit in surprise, "Wait a minute. Didn't you say you came all this way just to bring me back? Are you sure you should have told me all that?" Hearing Dawoon's words, the rabbit lowered his head and said, I have already made my choice. There's no going back now, so yes, I'm sure." Closing his eyes and thinking again about what he had said to Dawoon and what he might find when he returned, the rabbit thought, "Well, anyway, I'm really screwed now." After that, the rabbit opened his eyes and spoke uncertainly to the boy. "Well, actually, you said it yourself." Hearing the rabbit's words, Dawoon said in surprise, What are you talking about?" Then the rabbit added, "Well, your successor."
6 more.
Raising his hand as if he were at a solemn meeting, the rabbit confidently spoke in a high-pitched tone, "Allow me, I would like to welcome you." Appearing behind Dawoon, Alpha said, "I apologize, may I interrupt?" Hearing this voice, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Alpha, what's wrong?" Then the rabbit added in a confused voice, "Al, F.A." Hearing the familiar name, the rabbit broke out in a cold sweat and thought in confusion, "Isn't this the emblem of the Dragon of Life? Don't tell me I'm in the Temple of Ertea." Seeing the rabbit's confused reaction, Alpha added, "Come with me to the altar." As he followed, the rabbit lowered his voice and said in a sad voice, You want to sacrifice me as an offering? To which Alpha replied, What good is one rabbit? Dawoon then added, We don't. Just follow us.
Wilco, Commander.
As the
Let's
rabbit
deploy
approached
the
the door leading to the boss's room, he took hold of the handle and said anxiously, Huh? Can this door
Fighter's
really
ready.
be
Tell
open?
me what to do.
To which Dawoon mockingly replied, If you're surprised. Walking forward and opening the door a little, Dawoon said, Then you'll be surprised to see what's on the other side. Hearing this, the rabbit behind him said in surprise, Really? As soon as the door to the boss's room was fully opened, the rabbit froze in place in amazement. Because of the sudden shock, he couldn't even move. In front of him were the potato sprouts that had planted the entire boss's room. Waving his hand to show off his possessions, Dawoon said happily, inviting the rabbit inside, Welcome to my potato field. The rabbit, confused by this surprise, did not even know what to say. But then he said, You don't mean to tell me that you made a potato field in the boss's sacred room? And he looked at the pedestal and thought in surprise, These bones,
We'll need to be
are
careful here,
these their
Commander. I'm
tails?
picking up more than one enemy on
Hearing
my
this
scanner.
question from the rabbit, Dawoon happily answered him. Of course it is.
Attack
You
target.
must understand. Everyone needs to eat to survive.
Attack
We are
target.
Saying this, Dawoon also
Engage
added,
the target.
It is
Pointing
very
at the
fruitful.
commander. I'll do the rest.
Airtea must be thrilled too. To which the rabbit shouted out, I'm not excited about anything. And at the same moment, Alpha also exclaimed in unison with the rabbit, I am not excited about anything. When he heard that Alpha's thoughts were the same as the rabbit's, he said, I'm about to cry tears of happiness that the newcomer has good sense. Hearing this, Dawoon said in displeasure, What is wrong
Got
with
a
you
problem
guys?
with me? Just say it, Commander.
Looking at
I don't
Dawoon,
appreciate being
who
shot
thought
at.
it was normal to make a plantation out of the boss's room, the rabbit exclaimed in confusion, You've been eating like this all this time? Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon replied thoughtfully, remembering what else he had been doing. Well, I carved the steps. Continuing to recall how he spent his time when he became the owner of this temple, Dawoon added, I also took care of the field, recalling his times of confrontation when he left the temple. Dawoon also added, and sometimes I killed rats to offer as sacrifices. After recounting all that he had done, Dawoon, pleased with himself, put his hands behind his head and said joyfully, And now, living in this way, I have met you. Listening to Dawoon's story of how he spent all his time in the temple, the rabbit thought in confusion, Unbelievable, it's just incredible. As he began to think about what Dawoon had told him, he realized that he had killed rat monsters and exclaimed in fright, How? Did you really kill rats? Seeing the rabbit's incredulity, Dawoon decided to demonstrate what he had achieved since their last meeting and spoke to his golems, calling them over. Guys, come here. A few seconds after Dawoon's order, 2 centaur golems approached him. Demonstrating his assistance, the guy said happily, Well, what do you think? Don't they look nice? Hearing this, the rabbit thought, I mean, he created these things when he was cleaning his boss's room. Thinking about how strange this was, the rabbit lowered his head to the floor and said in astonishment, What an absurd person! I am just amazed! After that, trying his best to get used to his surroundings, the rabbit joyfully exclaimed, I am just delighted. From this nonsense, seeing that the conversation seemed to be over, Alpha said to the rabbit, If you are done talking, please get on the altar. Hearing the Alpha's order, the rabbit jumped up on the altar and asked, Like this? Then Alpha continued, Now the master of the temple must place his hand on the altar. Hearing this order from the Alpha, Dawoon went to the altar to place his hand with the sign on it to perform the ritual. When the ritual was successful, Dawoon gained a new skill called Appointment of Manager, which allowed him to appoint temple managers and utilize life energy. When Dawoon saw this, he was surprised and said, A new skill? Didn't you have all of them last time? Then Alpha said, If certain conditions are met, you gain a new basic skill. Then Dawoon added in surprise, Wow, what conditions are you talking about? Hearing this question from Dawoon, Alpha spoke to him. Your current level is still not enough for me to reveal all the information to you. Hearing this, Dawoon said in displeasure, Level, sacrifice. Thinking about how he could find out the rest of the information, Dawoon thought, I guess I'll have to try everything. Noticing the boy's thoughtful gaze, the rabbit said in confusion, "What's wrong?" Looking
Have
at the
my gun
rabbit
turned
and recalling all
around.
the past
I'm gonna just sit here.
Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Should I say I was lucky or unlucky to think that I would get involved with this damn rabbit?" Raising his hand up to begin the ritual,
This
Dawoon
idiot
completed all the preparations that were necessary. Then he said, "Appoint a manager." As soon as his voice was heard, the rabbit began to emit a bright light and was filled with energy. And then he said in surprise, "Oh, I am just bursting with energy." After that, the rabbit's system window opened, and the text in the title bar changed. It now read, "Interim Manager." Feeling overwhelmed with energy, the rabbit, who had never experienced anything like this before, exclaimed joyfully, "This is incredible! No longer a guide, but an intermediate manager." Happy that he could no longer obey the laws of the world since he was not dependent on it, the rabbit exclaimed,
I can
"Wow,
sit here
how about
and
that
just
damn
blast
world?"
away in my
Seeing
Andy.
the rabbit's sincere reaction, Dawoon, amazed at how happy it made him, said in surprise, "Wow, are you really that happy to be a manager?" Bowing to Dawoon, the rabbit said humbly, "You can be sure of my loyalty, master." Hearing this, Dawoon said in embarrassment, "Stop, this is very embarrassing." Then the rabbit added, "You are the master of this temple. We've been through a lot, but let's turn this page and start from scratch." Realizing that this was his chance to take revenge for
Attack
all
target.
these incidents and the words that the rabbit had
Attack
spoken
target.
to him, Dawoon said with a blank
Engage
look in his eyes, "Oh,
Point me up,
it's
Commander.
okay then.
I'll do the rest."
We've been through a lot." After that, Dawoon said to the rabbit in a cold voice, "Kneel down." Hearing this strange order, the rabbit asked in confusion, "Excuse me, are you serious?" Hearing that Dawoon was not going to change his order, the rabbit, who had been given a new position and a new master, looked at the boy in confusion. Dawoon then pointed 2 fingers at the rabbit and said, "Eyes on the floor." And so, the rabbit had already received his first order from Dawoon. He had to watch and take care of the planted potatoes. In the same position, flying over
This
the plants
idiot
and hilling
really
them,
gonna charge
the rabbit had to work for a long time. For a very long time.
Just sit here and wait for him to get
Tired
close
of the
enough for
same
me to
type
kill
of
him.
hard work, the rabbit stopped to wipe his sweat after tending to the potatoes. A lot of potatoes. Looking at Dawoon, the rabbit asked in confusion, "Master, do I really have to work in this uncomfortable position?" Dawoon replied, "Yes, think of it as payment for all your sins." The rabbit replied, "That's too much for me." After spending some more time tending the plants in an awkward position, the rabbit thought in confusion, "What the hell? I'm not your manager. I'm just your slave. I need to think of something." At the same time, somewhere in the forest of the ancestors, the sounds of the participants' battle against the monsters were heard in the first stage. Noticing that all of his comrades were already dead, the last player who was left alone with the horned boar shouted out
It's
in
quicker for
fright,
me to kill
"No,
them
don't
sitting
come near
still."
me." But just a moment later, the player felt something warm spreading through his body, accompanied by unbearable pain. Watching the players being destroyed by the monsters without even giving them a chance, the baboon said with satisfaction, "The participants of this round are dying beautifully." While he was watching the test,
This
he
idiot.
accidentally
No,
felt
he's
something
not
strange.
coming back, is he?
A strange
Yeah,
feeling that he
dude.
could not ignore.
You think he gonna beat somebody?
Looking toward the mountain of death, the baboon said thoughtfully, "The rabbit's mark has been erased, but what suddenly happened to him?" After that, somewhere in the mountains of death, in the dragon temple, Dawoon and the rabbit, who had finished tending the plants, came to the same room. Then, placing a bowl of potatoes in the middle, Dawoon said, "Hey, manager, let's eat." Looking at the food Dawoon offered him, the rabbit said in surprise, "You call this potatoes, but aren't these the roots of an ogre plant? Human adaptability is incredible." To which Dawoon said, "What we do to survive." After
Weapons
finishing
free.
the meal,
Engage
the
the
rabbit
target.
leaned back and
Order
said in
confirmed.
surprise,
Engaging
"Is
target.
it just me, or is the floor of this room warmer?" Hearing this, Dawoon spoke to him. "This is the underfloor heating system. I made it so that I could practice farming here." Hearing this, the rabbit added in surprise, "Good Lord." Picking up another potato and starting to chew it, the rabbit said,
Okay, you're the
thoughtfully,
idiot that wants to
"By the
target
way,
me.
have you gotten rid of that squirrel that has been following you around?" Hearing this, Dawoon looked to the side and saw the outraged pet and said in embarrassment, "Oh, Pope, think of the devil and he will appear." Looking at Pocky, who was very unhappy with what the rabbit had said about him, the rabbit asked in surprise, "What? Why did he put it in his mouth?" To which Dawoon replied, "Pocky likes to eat bones. There are bones everywhere." When the rabbit saw that Pocky was climbing on one of the golems, he asked, "Why is he climbing on a golem?" Then Dawoon said, "Oh," he said, not again." After Pocky climbed on top of the golem, he began to poke a hole in its body with his paws. When he saw that the hole was big enough, the pet stopped. After that, he poured out all the sales he had collected in his mouth into that hole in the golem. After that, he closed the hole very carefully and securely so that his supplies would not suddenly fall out. Grabbing Pocky by the tail and pulling him off the golem, Dawoon said with a grudging smile, "Well, it must be his habit to hide his food. Stop bothering the golems, Pope." Tasting the potatoes, the rabbit said, "Oh, I see." Suddenly thinking about the golems, bones, and plants, Dawoon said thoughtfully, wait a minute, that's just..." Looking at the rabbit that had laid down to rest after eating, Dawoon said, "Rabbit, you have a new assignment." Hearing this, the rabbit said in disappointment, "What? I just laid down after eating. It seems a bit reckless, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Dawoon added, "Stop talking nonsense and get up." Then the rabbit thought sadly, "Damn." Looking at Dawoon, who had already found a new job for him, the rabbit thought sadly, "Conscientious, hard-working managers. They are the worst." Having been instructed to bring the bones from the next room, the rabbit set off. Arriving at the place and having gathered a lot of bones, he groaned and walked back. After bringing the bones and throwing them on the ground, the rabbit said thoughtfully, "Why are you telling me to collect these leftover bones?" To which Dawoon replied, "You are here already? I have several uses for you. Guys, come here." When the golems approached Dawoon, who was standing near the bones, he gave the command, "Break!" When the rabbit saw the golems mercilessly breaking the bones, he was confused. I should not mess with them. After all the bones had been turned to dust, Dawoon performed the final step, the purification of the fertilizer, using his purification skill. Looking at the pile of bone meal, Dawoon spoke to the rabbit. "Now, rabbit, let's scatter it on the field." Hearing this suggestion, the rabbit said in surprise, "Bone meal? But why?" Looking at the confused rabbit, Dawoon explained, "To use them as fertilizer. I wonder if it will have any effect." Then the rabbit said, "You're too damn hard working." And then he thought, I see. You really are incredible." Dawoon then added, "By any chance, did those clouds switch places?" Looking at the rabbit, whose life with Dawoon was sometimes quite difficult for him, and full of moments of suffering for him, but there were also many moments of fun and joy in the rabbit's life. For example, the food that Dawoon cooked, and his favorite dish was pashina of horned pork. Pashina is a piece from the abdomen of a cattle or pig carcass. Every time Dawoon cooked it, the rabbit would immediately reach out to try it. No wonder it was his favorite dish. The taste was simply out of this world. Everything was so tender and juicy that it was simply impossible to put into words. And there was one more thing that the rabbit loved to do. Somewhere on the first step of the historical ruins, which were now managed by a baboon. The current owner of the ruins, who had replaced the rabbit, came to the room with his boss and said in surprise, "What's going on here? Where did he go this..." Seeing only the dust from the boss's body, the baboon said in surprise, "Boss, where did he go?" One of the rabbit's favorite pastimes was collecting golem kernels. After stealing a golem core and bringing it to Dawoon, the rabbit could hardly contain his laughter, hiding behind his paw. Noticing this, Dawoon said in surprise, "Why are you suddenly so happy?" Hearing this, the rabbit replied, "Hey, I bet that ugly monkey is going to go crazy. I just know this feeling all too well." The rabbit then added happily, "Who would have thought that there is an underground tunnel under the ruins? As the saying goes, it's always darkest under the lamppost. That's why I couldn't find you." Hearing this, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "You sounded as if you were annoyed or offended." The rabbit replied, "Not at all. I admire your ingenuity, master." And he thought, "He is quite perceptive." After that, the rabbit decided to ask Devong something that
Nothing
interested
else
him.
showing up on my scanner,
Will you come here
Commander.
often?
All targets destroyed.
Perhaps we should
Recall
install
fighter.
a gate here, Master. Hearing this
Everyone,
interesting
bring the
suggestion,
fighter in immediately.
Dawoon said thoughtfully,
Is it over already?
you know that's a great
Recalling
idea.
fighters. Retrieving fighter.
After leaving the portal, Dawoon
Opening
spoke
hatch.
to Alpha.
Thank you.
We're back. When Alpha saw them come out of the gate, she said angrily, "You have wasted your life energy again, I see." Hearing this, Dawoon replied, "It is not a waste. It is an investment." When he came to his garden with the plants, Dawoon said in surprise, "In any case." Looking at his plantation, where all the plants had already grown, Dawoon thoughtfully said, "Aren't they too big?" The rabbit replied, "Yes.
Fighter is locked
They
up
have
tight.
completely
We're gonna
turned
need
into
repairs,
carnivorous
Commander.
plants." Then the boy added, "Was the fertilizer too effective?" Looking at the plants, stretching their shoots toward him to grab and eat, Dawoon said in disappointment, "It's a shame that the plants I grew with love and care are trying to eat me." The rabbit replied, "Indeed." Hearing Dawoon's conversation with the rabbit, Alpha said, "I think it would be advisable to use the trap setting skill." Hearing this, Dawoon said in surprise, "Traps?" Then the rabbit explained, "Oh, if we belong to this temple, if we set them as traps, they will stop attacking us." Then Dawoon asked, "You mean we will make them think we are allies?" When Dawoon touched the plant sprout to make it a trap in the dungeon, he saw it tremble, and then the boy said in surprise, "This skill seems quite useful." In the meantime, time continued to pass, so days were replaced by weeks and then months. And so it was time to restart the dungeon again, which also brought with it new
All right.
participants who agreed to play this game.
It's your boy Bruce. I'm gonna just go ahead and keep it all quiet, copacetic as I slide on into the location. Go ahead, slide into the locale, nice and smooth like. Anaconda named Hart. Oh, that ain't good. Confessor. Hart Confessor, okay. Heat sink deployed. Deploy heat sink.
Heatsink deploying now.
Request docking.
We are happy to have you, Commander. Please note that all station services are at your disposal.
Request docking.
One of us has been drinking, possibly both. I recommend you use the auto-docking system.
With the green docking lights to your right, your landing pad will be above you, at the front of the station.
Landing gear, Captain.
No.
Do not deviate from your current vector. Ground crew
No.
ready for arrival.
Okay.
Landing gear.
Gear down and slowing. Nice flying.
Yo. Pulling into the Dizzock. This your boy Bruce. So, yeah, boy Swagger. Commander Swagger here. It's your boy. So I'm gonna just slide into the port real smooth like.
Repairs, fuel, weapons, check.
Turn in my missions.
Request complete.
And I'ma see y'all on the next one. That's what's gonna happen here. Yeah. Holla.